So, our objectives today are to do some supports as always and to do chapter 15, which is the one we're on. And yeah, those are our two objectives. That's it. That's all we gotta do. That's it.
Hey.
Thanks, Saizo. All right. So, Azura has one, so let's just do this one. Get out of the way. I think Azura only has A supports left. Yeah. I was really trying to get everybody's B supports done. I think almost everyone is done up through their B supports. There might just be a couple. I think Azama might have a couple. Maybe not. But we're getting there. We're getting there. All right. Azura, I never remember the melody of your song, so I'm not singing it. Yet the waters ever change.
It's a dramatic reading.
Yeah, it's poetry now. Hi, Joker.
Slam poetry.
Is there a slam poetry? Or hit single yet again?
You are the ocean's gray waves, destined to seek life beyond the shore. Oh, no, my headphones just turned off for no reason.
Great.
Oh, there you are. Am I quieter than usual? I don't know.
I think you are.
Oh, fantastic.
You are looking quieter than usual.
How about now?
Again? Talk again.
How about now?
That was not really any different. I can boost you.
Well, I don't know what needs to be done because I'm turning up my gain.
You were a little louder just there, but not by much. I mean, I can
turned
increase
off.
your...
I wonder if it's because I wonder if it's because I turned off this. Where the hell is it? This automatic gain control, because I'm trying to stop it from. It cuts me off so much.
Yeah.
Like whenever I get even a little bit loud, it cuts off lines. It cuts me off when I laugh.
It does cut you off when you laugh a lot. The noise suppression.
Off.
You mean in Discord?
Yeah.
The noise suppression in Discord is very aggressive. It's not really good for voice acting.
I am an actor.
I am an actor.
So I set that to standard. I turned off the automatic gain control.
You're much louder now. I think they can hear you a lot better now. So
better? Am I too loud now?
You're okay, but just be conscious if you raise your voice. If you raise your voice too much, you'll peak. So like just lean back from the mic if you're gonna raise your voice.
Okay.
Like if you need to yell.
Sometimes I just need to go scream. I doubt I could ever tire of hearing you sing, milady.
This was slam poetry, Jacob. You should be snapping. Jacob, you are just the person I wanted to see. I still feel terrible about the other day. I should have known better than to pry into someone's past.
There's no need to apologize. I can assure you I wasn't bothered in the slightest.
I think we're all just thankful that Jacob's still here, considering that Takumi was trying to kill him last time.
In fact, I should be thanking you. You made me realize how grateful I am to my parents. Is this going to turn into...
Is that the lesson that you should have taken from that? Didn't they just dump him on the doorstep? Grateful.
Just imagine, if I had not been abandoned, I would not be serving Lady Corny.
Jacob, my guy. I suppose that's a good point. It's not. I mean, I guess it's a way of looking positively at your circumstances, but I don't know if being grateful to them is really the best lesson to take. Maybe more just like you're just happy that you got to meet your best friend / wannabe lover. Yeah, like silver linings, but like, I don't know. I think it's okay to be angry at your parents for just dumping you off somewhere.
Yeah, it's okay to be angry at your parents for abandoning you. When I first arrived at the castle, I was a terrible servant. The others hated me for it.
Wasn't he a child? They didn't dump him
Yes.
off at like 20. Man, this freaking 4-year-old can't wash the dishes well enough.
My noble upbringing had not prepared me for a life of chores and errands. Well, it sounds like nobody brought you up. They kind of ignored your existence.
In fact, they didn't bring you up. They set you down on a doorstep.
Whoa. Shots fired. By Takumi.
Yeah, by Takumi.
I was unable to complete a single task to their standards. I only got in the way.
Really? That's hard to believe. No one is more competent than you now. Yeah, Azura, it's like if you do things for a while, you get good at them.
I would have actually loved, because he told this story to someone else, I would have really loved it if he was like telling her this and it was a totally different story.
He just lies.
But then you don't know which one's the lie. It's like when the Joker tells 2 or 3 different versions of his origin story.
Does Corny know this? I mean, in their supports, they're just talking about how she sucks at making tea. Is she aware?
That's as deep as their relationship goes.
It would be funny if he was dumped at age 20 and he was just being dramatic about having to get a job. Do we have learning the wrong lesson from trauma on the board? No, we should though. I feel like that comes up a lot.
That's a problem in Fire Emblem for sure.
Yeah.
Learning the wrong lesson from trauma. Take Dimitri, for instance. The lesson he learned from his trauma was that Edelgard is evil.
Fire Emblem. No, there were more than 3 misunderstandings. Fire Emblem, all
Fire
the
Emblem,
misunderstandings.
3 misunderstandings. That was not always so. Things got so bad they were finally going to dismiss me. Wow, you got on a performance plan at 5 years old. Your review is not looking good for this year, Jacob. Just as I was about to be turned out into the streets, someone called for me.
Gee, I wonder who that someone is. Could it be? Let me guess.
Even she knows where this is going.
Even Azura's like, okay, I already know where this
Azura's
is going.
like, can you get to the point?
Yeah, I have things to do. I have to go sing and submerge myself in the water.
Yes, it was Lady Corny. She was looking for someone to chat with. I desperately wanted to stay and earn a place by her side. So I studied night and day to become a proper butler. And here we are.
I was impressed with you before I ever heard your story, but now I'm inspired. I too wish to be the stan of someone. Corny is so lucky. I can't think of anyone more loyal than you.
I am loyal to you as well, milady.
Thank you. That means a lot. Blushy face. All right, that was their
Jacob
A
put on the
support.
grind set at 4 years old.
You just worked harder, Jacob. Joker. Were you picturing?
And then I made an Instagram account, and my life was changed. You might say I was influenced.
Joker's picturing like tiny, Corny being like, Jacob. I should probably do some of the. Oh man, Hinoka. Hinoka, this is a lot. Hello there, Hinoka. Tending to your Pegasus again? That just sounds dirty. Indeed. Indeed does not sound like a word Hinoka would say. He's always been my partner on the battlefield, after all. It's important that I can show him my appreciation whenever I can. You were still quite young when you decided to become a Sky Knight, right? It's obviously a dangerous job. Did anyone try to talk you out of it? Oh, definitely. Many people did. Your mother more than most. Oh. Your? Is she not Hinoka's mother too?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why is she not saying our mother? They have different moms?
No, they don't have different moms.
Are you sure? I have questions.
No, they're all descended from the queen. She was all their moms.
Well, this has me questioning that.
It's probably just either a mistranslation or a typo.
It could be. Can Ryoma marry Hinoka? If the answer is no, then it's a mistake. I know, I was thinking that too, Spiderweb. None of them look alike. I know all of Garon's children have different moms because they were born from concubines. Yeah, but it didn't seem like that was the case here. I definitely thought they all had the same... Well, I don't know. Also, but even Corny says even my mother, not our mother. I've seen siblings talk like that IRL. I think it's just a casual thing or something. Yeah, it's just weird for them to translate it that way because it is a little confusing. Or it could be. What? Even my mother? Who might not be your mother? I don't really know. She was worried for your safety, even though you weren't related. Okay, now, chat. We can't misinterpret this. So she wasn't Hinoka's mom.
Where did that come up? Where was that?
I don't know. Chat being like, no, I think it's normal. Well, like hidden lore, exactly. It's only half incest. Great destroyer. Yeah, Ryoma's over there like, huh, it's only half incest.
Ha! I've found my loophole.
What's half incest? Maybe Ryoma.
It's fine.
Maybe Ryoma and Hinoka have a different mom before the king married your mom. Maybe? I guess it would have to be that way unless Ryoma and Hinoka and Corny and the other kids have, like, if there were 3. Yeah, I don't know.
She's only my stepsister.
Well,
That
they would have...
means it's all just kinky fun.
No, they would still be half siblings if they have the same dad.
Details, details.
Joker. Yes, because normally you have to be related to be worried for someone's safety, right? Like, oh my god, my mom gave a shit about you. Incest with half the guilt.
I have to say that I never cared, before I met Kita, I never cared about anyone who wasn't my sibling. which was pretty bad because I didn't have any.
You just expected to die alone.
I knew not how to love, for I had no siblings. Half-cessed as step-siblings.
I'm honored, Tim. But you're my dad, so...
Oh, Tim. I give a shit about you and Eco more than 90% of my family. He's done the math. Wow. Well, I'm glad that we're obviously a positive influence in your life.
As we make a lot of incest jokes. She was worried.
Well, you know, we're all family here.
That's what Ryoma's saying.
Oh
my god.
They all share a bedroom. Like, that's the end.
Aww.
That's the end of the story, is they all share a bedroom.
Wow.
It's just like when we were kids.
Jesus Christ.
Corny would never share a bedroom with anyone. I think even after she got married, she would need to have her own private bedroom.
I had canon that Corny spends most of her time sleeping on the floor because she falls out of bed.
She falls out of bed? Why?
I don't know. It just seems like something she would do in the middle of the night. Just roll off the bed and then keep going on the floor. Just be like, I'm not getting up.
And when she opens her eyes, she just meets Setsuna, who's stuck under the bed. Hey.
Ryoma's a cult leader for sure. Ryoma's a grifter, so this tracks. How did Corny know this? That's a good question, Lucy, because it hasn't, I don't think it's come up in any other support. There's a lot of random lore drops in these supports, like the one where Kagero and Saizo were just like, yes, well, we used to date. And you're like, what? Since when? Because that wasn't in their first support.
Yeah, she's like, we can't let our history get in the way.
Yeah, exactly, Umbreon. See? What a family. Jacob would be her bed. Jacob probably is under her bed, though. I think that's where he stays while she's asleep. Just in case. Maybe this bit was supposed to be in a later chapter. Maybe?
I think Jacob's like, you know, when Michael Scott is with Jan and he has like the little trundle bed that he sleeps on. I think that's Jacob. That's Jacob and Corny.
At the foot of the bed.
See, he fits perfectly.
All right, well, let's see if we get our explanation. She was worried for your safety even though you weren't related? Indeed. It even surprised me how strongly opposed to the idea she was. She tried all manner of things to convince me to change my mind. Begging, bribing. How did you respond? Well, I was still a very young girl. Ryoma and the others accepted her as father's wife and our new mother, but I didn't do that very easily. As a result, I was cruel to her, more cruel than she could ever deserve. Oh no! What happened? What did you do? I told her that she wasn't my mother and had no place ordering me around. Of course, I apologized later, but it's impossible to take back what was said. I still remember how her face changed right as the words left my mouth. I'll probably regret having said that for the rest of my life. That was years ago, though. I'm sure she forgave you long ago. You were young and didn't know any better. I think you can forgive yourself. No. It's better that I continue to carry this burden with me as a reminder, I think. Hinoka? I mean, you were probably, what, a small child? It's probably fine at this point, Hinoka. Can you imagine the nightmare spiderweb chart of someone trying to plot when these supports happen relative to each other in the rest of the story? Well, that's the thing about 3 houses is that some of them are locked until you reach a certain part of the story. But it doesn't seem like any of these are, so I don't know if any of them do correlate to events that happen in the story. Tim. Hi, Lisa. How are you?
Hey, Lisa. Lady Hinoka, I have another letter from Lady Sakura today. Oh, you remember how the first one went?
Oh, God. Ah, thank you, Kaze. Why are they writing letters to each other? Did they explain that in the first one? Because Hinoka could probably just walk over there.
I don't know. I just remember Hinoka being, like, very enamored with Sakura's letter.
Yeah.
Which now, hey, I guess it makes more sense because they don't have the same mom. So.
Oh, no. They have the same dad, though.
He's not in the picture anymore. So does it count?
Yeah, pretty sure it counts. Also, did their mom die or did they just separate? Could their mom be the final boss? Could happen.
What's the matter, milady?
Something is wrong. She seems very upset about something, but she's not saying what it is.
I see. I thought she was acting strangely today.
Is that so?
I do not think Lady Sakura wished to concern you. Perhaps she will be more forthcoming if you go to speak to her in person. It's like, but writing notes is so much fun.
Yes, you're right. I'll go see her as soon as I have some time.
Yes, I think that would be for the best. I only wish I could be more helpful.
Huh? Did you say something?
No, it's nothing.
Poof, Kaze. Poof away.
It's like he delivers Hinoka to her.
He just picks her up.
Would you like me to bring a reply to her in the meantime, milady?
How did Kaze end up just being essentially the mailman from Zelda?
Hi!
That's Garon. Yes, good idea. Please wait here while I write it.
Of course, milady. 3 hours later, he's still sitting there.
Yeah. Based what I got from that support, Sakura and Takumi were completely blood related to Hinoka. And Ryoma and Corny was their step-sibling by marriage after their mom died?
So their
so you think
their mom died, and then
he married Corny's mom?
Whose name was what? Mikoto? So Mikoto is Corny's mom.
I think so. I'm not 100% sure about that, though. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell, because it could either be that Ryoma and Hinoka have a different mom, and then the young three, the Corny and the other two have the same parents, or it could be that, yeah, they were all siblings, and then... But that would imply that... Sakura would have had to have been born first, though, before they got married. I don't know. This is a confusing timeline. Yeah, Corny's older than them. So, I mean, it could be that. It could be that all 4 of the siblings are, like, have the same parents, and then Corny just has a different dad. I don't know. Hi, DJM. Thank you for the resub for 66 months. So many months. DJM says, hello, everyone.
Hey, DJM.
What'd you miss? You missed Hinoka.
We're trying to figure out what degree of incest is actually in this game.
You missed Hinoka and Corny talking about how they don't have the same mom, which was confusing because I thought they did, and apparently they don't. So. Love how Kaze Hinoka is not between them, but it's between Hinoka and Sakura. I know. The next support will be how delivering her letters has changed his life. Lucy, you're probably not wrong on that.
Oh, Lady Hinoka. We keep bumping into each other lately.
Isn't that lucky? Our recent conversation made me recollect on my past as an apprentice.
Do you remember the night of the storm?
I wish I could forget.
It was a very trying night, to say the least. Lady Sakura had gone missing in the forest. Didn't she say that she remembers it? So why are you going to tell her the story?
So he's telling it for our benefit. The audience that's sitting there, because it's a play.
That's right. It's community theater. You and I went out to search for her together.
I was angry that we couldn't find her, so I sent out more search parties. This is telling, not showing. You wanted to minimize our losses. We fought that night. I lost my temper. All I could think of was her safety. I caused a lot of trouble.
It couldn't have been helped. After all, you were utterly exhausted, Lady Hinoka. You couldn't help but try to seek her out yourself. But the storm was raging to the point that Pegasi simply couldn't fly.
But you found me, and you charged into the forest on foot and rescued Sakura.
I just had to concentrate and think where she would have taken shelter. It's lucky that no one was injured that night. Or worse, turned into a Wendigo. That's just what I'm picturing, is him charging out into the woods and her just like, it was just a prank, Sakura.
We sisters certainly have caused you our fair share of trouble, haven't we? I'm glad that we had a moment to speak about it. I'll never forget. You've always been dependable, Tsubaki. I hope you know I appreciate that.
Of course, you can always depend on me. Oh my god, stop.
Completely blocked out the Kaze Hinoka support while deciphering the corny Hinoka support, as you should. This whole support is just, hey, remember this one really cool moment? Let us explain to us who experienced it firsthand to each other in excruciating detail. Yeah, and also, it seemed a little painful for Hinoka to think about, probably because Sakura was in danger, and he's like, yeah, let's relive this potentially traumatic night. Question for you, Silas. During that last battle, your troop had an enemy unit cornered. One of them saw that all was lost and threw down his weapon, right?
Yes, I remember that.
You then ordered your troops to change course and attack another front?
Right. Our efforts would be wasted on the enemy who'd already surrendered. Why do you ask?
It never crossed your mind what a triumph it would have been to finish the other foe? You'd racked up a considerable count in that battle, after all. This would have been an easy way to add to the total.
What? I would never. He may have been our enemy, but he'd laid down his weapon. He posed no threat. What triumph would there have been in his death? It's cowardice, pure and simple.
Isn't the phrase plain and simple?
Yeah.
Silas forgot. You're right, although that's not the phrase.
I can't believe what I'm hearing, especially from you, Princess Hinoka.
Don't misunderstand me. I wasn't saying that's what you should have done. And I didn't mean any insult by it, though I'm relieved you reacted the way you did.
Relieved?
Yes. Now I know I can count on you if we're fighting side by side. Just like I hope you'll count on me.
Yes, of course.
Hey Ringa, how are you?
Hi, Ringa.
Azura would tell the scary story, and Corny would pull a stupid prank that would scare off Sakura. Think I've heard pure and simple before, but it could be the Mandala effect. Maybe this is where you heard it, Umbreons.
Greetings, Lady Hinoka.
Ah, Saizo. Do you have another letter from my brother? Do none of these children speak to each other? They just use the ninjas as their personal mailmen? They're like, we don't have to talk to each other. I have Saizo and Kaze here to run all these letters back and forth.
Indeed. Here it is.
At least Saizo has the puppet. He can go faster now. Ah. I see. Saizo just staring at her. Understood.
Farewell, then.
It was a marriage proposal. Saizo, do you really not care what the letter was about?
Not in the least. I do not presume to make Lord Ryoma's business mine. If I had orders from Lord Ryoma, I would read it, but I don't.
I suppose. But you've served my brother and the whole royal family for a long time. If it was me, I'd be miffed at not getting to know what these exchanges were about. They're probably just doodles. Ryoma's like, I drew you a dick.
We see things differently then. Lady Hinoka, the way you talk seems almost as if you're eager to reveal the letter's contents to me.
No, I'm not.
Understood. My apologies.
Anyway, I've written up a response. Please see that Ryoma gets it at the specified time.
I will ensure that Lord Ryoma gets it, even at the cost of my life.
Good God, Saizo. Saizo. I feel like she's trying to bait him to read it. She's like putting his name on it. Good attitude for a courier to survive their business. Yeah, I mean, he doesn't read them. That's good. Do you think Saizo puts the letter in the puppet's mouth when he gives it to her? I think Saizo has the puppet, like, drop it. You know, he'll put it in his mouth, and then when he reaches his destination, the puppet just, like, spits it up at the person's feet. The puppet would eat it. Ugh.
Oh.
Yeah. What? What was that? You turned off noise.
Huh?
You turned off noise suppression. You have to understand that I'm gonna hear your noises.
No, that was the puppet swallowing the letter.
Oh, that was the puppet. I thought that was you making a burp sound.
No.
Ah, I see. Well, Hinoka's saying ugh. I'm saying ugh because it's time for Azama.
Fucking Lord. I think it's time to ask Lisa whether Anya is a cat or a dog. Because I forget. But that's really cute. It's cuter than Azama.
Well, it's not hard, though.
No, look at that face. Look at that hair. What is that hair, man? She's a kitty. Aw. We'll tell her happy birthday from us. What's the matter, Lady Hinoka? Today is a beautiful day.
Yeah, but you're here.
He's like, not anymore. You showed
Yeah.
up.
How can you say that? We just lost some of our finest young soldiers in battle. Oh, Mozu and Hayato ate it, I guess. Can't just shrug that kind of thing off. Can you imagine if they died off screen?
That would be, we see all these trivial conversations in the supports, and then these like major plot points happen off screen.
That would be really interesting though. Like if when you viewed a support, then the event would happen, as opposed to in later games, supports being locked until the story happens. Like what if you unlock the support and then somebody dies?
Yeah, like the ones with Orochi where she's giving people like battle advice, like be extra cautious. So then somebody else dies because that person was too afraid to go into battle. Oh man.
Man's hair looking like a shit brush. A shit bush. Okay, I have questions. Do you mean that it's a bush that someone shit in? Or do you just mean that it's an ugly bush?
Shit bush made me think of butt hair, and I don't think that's what they were going for. I'm sorry, that's just what it made me think of. Well,
Umbreons has stated that he believes that Azama has a lot of body hair, so that would track.
Yeah, look. If you can look at his outfit, it's like popping through his vest. He's got little boob tassels. That's his armpit hair. It's out of control.
Oh my gosh.
Look, I don't want to shame anybody for body hair, but if your armpit hair is popping out the front of your vest, you might need to pay attention to that.
You might just be a werewolf.
You might just be... This man's not a werewolf.
No.
Maybe you can't, but I can.
I should have known. How can you be so cold-hearted?
Please, don't make me out to be some sort of monster. I'm nothing more than a monk with a well-developed sense of perspective.
Splinter, no!
What?
I don't want to picture that.
Oh, how do we know it's not his nipple hair? We don't.
I mean, we don't. Oh, Lucy. I feel like he would say deodorant is a scam.
He also reminds me a little bit of like a Dr. Seuss character come to life.
A very unwanted Dr. Seuss character.
Yeah, an unwanted and unwashed Dr. Seuss character.
Perspective, huh?
Yes. Think about it. All people must die. One day, there's no getting around it.
There are gods in this world that are, as far as we know, kind of
death all
immortal.
The time.
So,
you know how many times? Look, just one game over. Do you know how many times one person came back to life?
Thing 1 and Thing 2's uncle.
Oh no, he's the child of Belle and Beast, but before Beast turned back into a man. Oh.
That is the mature rated version of Beauty and the Beast. The implications.
That's the real origin story of the Jersey Devil, I think. And what awaits after death? Ooh, that's a real puzzler, isn't it? I can't wait to find out for myself. Good, send him there, Hinoka.
Then why go on living? Why save lives? After all, you saved my life, remember? I don't remember that. To be fair, I try to delete his supports from my brain as soon as I get them. Oh, or maybe she's just telling us now. Maybe this actually never came up before. When I crashed as a young Pegasus rider and was injured and alone in the woods, you of all people found me.
I think it was mentioned like in the briefest passing.
Maybe.
In no detail. Or maybe I just saw it when I was reading about the characters ahead of time.
And knowing you as I do now, you inexplicably decided to save me. Why? He ain't going to heaven! This man is not seeing heaven.
The devil won't want him.
Limbo for you.
Huh. It was the look on your face. You looked furious as you lay there clinging to life. I found it charming.
Imagine seeing somebody dying. Like you come across someone just straight up dying in the forest and you're like, "Aw, isn't that cute? You're trying to live. I guess I'll save you." Like, what the fuck? Gods, you're even creepier than I imagined.
Are you kidding me? Sorry, not sorry. That is the line. Sorry, not sorry. Or sorry, I'm not sorry. I thought it would be interesting to see what you would do with your life.
So what about the brave young soldiers who died yesterday? Just not that interesting to you?
Not as interesting as you.
Yikes.
I think he's a pervert.
That's fucked. Especially, like, if you put them together after this one, to be like, yeah, I didn't really give a shit about all those soldiers. Let them die, I guess. I know, Game Tier, that's what I'm saying. Like, these two can get married? That's so messed up.
He's a sociopath. Yes, he is. He is a straight up sociopath. But I don't think I could have saved them anyway.
So, let me get this straight. You saved my life and agreed to become my retainer. I forgot that he was her retainer.
So did he.
Hinoka, you should pick better people. Because I was making an interesting face when I was about to die.
Exactly. And you're making that very face right now. I like to think he booped her nose right there.
He would have, absolutely. You really don't care what anyone else thinks of you, do you?
Nope. I believe that's one of my very best qualities. So thank you for the high compliment.
You're rude, selfish, and possibly criminally insane.
But
I mean, at least much. But I have to admit, I respect your confidence. What? What? He has no redeeming qualities. I don't understand why he exists. None. Like, I'm pretty cool with most of the cast of Fates so far. Like, I know that Iko hates Hayato for existing. But, like, I really don't
Not as much as I hate this man.
Well, yeah, but I don't really mind other people. Like, everyone's been pretty fine so far, but he is the worst. He is the worst.
He reminds me of people that I've known.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. He might be worse than Garon.
Whoa,
at least Garon's
worse
pretty.
Than Garon.
And Garon's upfront about, he's not as smug. He's just like, yeah, I'm fucking evil. Deal with it. You know what? And I respect that a lot more than a smug little shit. You know what, Joker? I think you're right. He is our Rafal. It's that, yeah. That's true. He is worse than Vake. I will say it. He is much worse than Vake. 100%. Yeah, and Garon is meant to be evil. Exactly. That's the other thing, too, where it's like, he's supposed to be... Azama is supposed to be a good guy. Or at least, you know... Because, like, this isn't Claude levels of trolling people, right? This is just me. Like, this is mean-spirited. Hi, Mystic.
Hey, Mystic.
I'm glad you're enjoying the Cursed.
We don't even have to curse it whenever he's involved.
Well, to be fair, a lot of them curse their own supports.
He's just creepy. He's ugh. Oh, that smug creepiness. It's repulsive.
Agreed. But on the upside, once his supports are done, we never have to see him again. So there's that.
Dumbass.
That's the beauty. There are so many characters. It's not like we're ever going to need him for anything. And we have better healers too, so.
Sidelined.
No,
he comes across as someone who would be one of those Rick and Morty fans. Yeah.
One of those, like you mean like the bad ones? Yeah, he's worse than Yuri.
Yuri understand it.
Yuri had some decent qualities and like I personally am not a huge Yuri fan, but he did have a lot of good qualities in him. The problem with Azama is that like he doesn't really have anything good. Like, yeah, every now and then he might get a funny burn on someone, kind of like Jacob does, but it's just that he just takes it too far all the time. So there's not really a balance there. Claude just wanted a quick but lighthearted joke. Azama would hurt an animal if it got a reaction on somebody. Yeah, he seems like somebody who just says things to get a reaction out of people and doesn't even necessarily believe those things. He just wants to see a reaction. And it's like, why are you here, sir? Why are you in our army? If this were classic, you would not be here. Oh boy. Well, palate cleanse. We've got the silly music. Okay, I think the best way for us to improve is with a bunch of practice. First objective, learn to make an omelet. Oh, I like eating omelets. Likewise, which is part of the reason it'll be great to learn how to make them. That, and it is said that learning to make eggs is a good start to becoming a chef. But I'm not really interested in becoming a chef. We just need to approach this like being a chef is our goal. Let's get to it. Okay. What does it say to do first? Crack 1 egg. Okay. Hiya! Setsuna, what are you? You've completely smashed that egg! Oops. I think I cracked it a bit too hard. It's tough to judge my own strength. Okay, well, I'll handle cracking the eggs. You add some oil to that pan over there. Okay. I can do that. Oh no. What's wrong? Holy Setsuna! Why is there a pillar of fire coming from the pan? Looks like there was too much oil. Don't just stand there, put the fire out! Oh, right. My apologies, Lady Hinoka. You nearly scared me to death, Setsuna. But don't worry about it. Let's try and get our focus back on task. I've cracked the eggs and put them in this bowl. Now I just need to stir them gently while I add a little soy sauce. Lady Hinoka, you are adding vinegar to the eggs. No, this is soy sauce. Oh. You're right, that was vinegar. Damn it! We're really pretty bad cooks. I don't understand how we keep messing this up. All we have to do is follow the recipe, and we can't even seem to do that. Don't feel down, milady. I'm sure if we keep trying, we can do it. I admire your optimism, especially after you nearly burned the kitchen down. I know. That was a big mistake. But I really think that we can do this if we focus and work together. We've always succeeded before. No matter where I am, you found and rescued me from all kinds of traps. I feel like if we're together, there's nothing we can't do. You just have to hang on to hope, Lady Hinoka. That's such a nice thing to say. You're right, of course. We can do this together, no matter what issues we face. If we can get through war, we can definitely win in the kitchen. That's the spirit, Lady Hinoka. Okay then, let's give this another shot. I'll do my best. Oh god, they are gonna burn down the kitchen. Hi, Zoe!
Hey, Zoe.
Hi, this is the first stream I've caught, but I loved your Story of Seasons playthrough years ago. Glad to see you're still around. I am still around. Thank you so much, Zoe. I am glad that you enjoy them. There are so many parts, and they are still up, so I know some people like to rewatch them. So they are there for you. And Mozu's in the back, but my mom was a great cook. Oh, Mozu.
Hey, Hinoka. Do you have a minute?
Oh, Hayato, did you still want to help me fold some paper cranes?
Yeah. I've just finished the preparations for improving their effectiveness.
Yeah.
Effectiveness?
How is a paper crane effective?
Look here.
A brush and ink? What are you going to do with those? Write something?
He just makes it into a paper airplane.
Exactly. I'm gonna jot down a charm on every single paper. Then we can fold the cranes with our wishes in mind. That way, our hopes will be amplified, don't you think?
Huh. That's just like you, isn't it? Adding the power of magic to our desires.
Are you praising me?
This
It
was
makes
very
me feel funny.
Oh no. This was very thoughtful of you, Hayato. Thank you for making my cranes even more wonderful.
Of course. So first, I'll write the charm on the paper and then hand it to you. You can fold it, and then we'll have tons of pretty cranes in no time.
How efficient.
As soon as I jot down all these charms, I'll help you fold more cranes.
So what are the charms actually for? What charms are we putting on these?
Keeping Orochi away.
Too bad you can't. Thank you. I can show you my technique for folding when you're ready.
Please do. Wow, writing all these charms is making my brush hand ache.
It's been 2 seconds. I'm so glad that you're enjoying the project. Let's keep going. That's not what he said, Hinoka. She's like, I'm so glad you're enjoying your carpal tunnel. Well, he's not going to be super useful to the army if he can't use his hands. So this is probably not a great use of their time. Good, you're here. We need to talk.
This again. Look, it doesn't matter. We were rescued. We're both fine.
I'm so furious with you. I can't believe you'd run off with a wound like that. And how could you say something so horrible? You really think I don't care? You're my little brother. I love you.
You'd be better off without me.
Oh my god. Takumi! You can't actually think that's true. Where's all this coming from? He's like, Ryoma told me. Ryoma doesn't want Takumi to marry Hinoka. Ryoma's trying to sabotage.
Oh my god.
We've made him into this horrific person. Oh my gosh. Gotta eliminate the competition. Great Destroyer. Hi, Wildcat. Thank you for the reset for 31 months. Wildcat is on a 31-month streak and says, Takumi's a piece of shit. It's worth saying that in my sub message. Damn. You know who's not Kitanash and Eco Batman? Two wonderful beings. So happy to be part of this community and make up this cursed stew of fates. Kitaverse lore, appreciate you all. Thank you so much, Wildcat. Welcome. We learned earlier that Hinoka does not have the same mom as Corny. So that was a revelation. Takumi is the one to be edgelord. Takumi really wants to be Shadow the Hedgehog. He's really trying. Even his hair, I think, is inspired by Shadow the Hedgehog. Hi, Toko.
Hey, Wildcat.
Does that mean Sakura isn't either? Wildcat, we don't know. We're not sure if it means that, like, Ryoma, Hinoka, Takumi, and Sakura have the same mom, and then she died or they separated, and then Sumeragi married Corny's mom, or if it means that Ryoma and Hinoka have a different mom than the other three kids. We don't really know for sure. It was just sort of dropped in their B support. I think it was their B support. So, yeah, we're not really 100% sure which one it is.
Don't act so surprised. I know everyone in the whole army feels that way.
Takumi, they're not talking about you. They're talking about Azama.
They think I'm useless. Next time, leave me behind. I'll figure things out on my own.
How is he useless? He has an amazing bow, a good ability. He's like one of the, at least for me, he's been a really good unit. Takumi, wait, that's bullshit. I wish he wasn't so worried about proving himself all the time. Oh, we've also been steadily just ruining Ryoma's character. He just keeps getting worse every time he shows up, so... Yay!
Yeah, we've definitely ruined him. Oh, there he is.
He'll be fine. I'm getting a lawsuit from Nintendo that's like, you cannot slander this man.
Hinoka, I see you're continuing to put all your efforts into your training.
Ah, Ryoma, I got your letter earlier.
I know I've been putting off practicing with you. I'd like to correct that today.
Does Ryoma still love his siblings? Yes, it's gotten worse, Toko. Oh, thank you, Ryoma. If you're busy, it's absolutely fine to wait until another time.
I'm not that busy. Do you think I would suggest it if I didn't truly have the time?
No, you're always so busy. I wouldn't want you to set aside something for me. Though after our last conversation, I was briefly worried about you. It's just not now. It was a very brief period of worry.
Really? Why?
Usually you're so serious, but you were messing with me the other day. Don't misunderstand me, though. It was worrisome to see you joking, at first. But as I thought about it more, it seems good for you to be able to relax a little.
That's interesting coming from you. You're incredibly serious yourself.
Maybe, but I'm definitely not as serious as you are, brother.
We aren't actually going to compete over this, are we? Besides, I'm this serious because I want to be. It makes me a better leader.
Ryoma.
I'm happy to know that you worry about me, Hinoka. Half of my strength comes from knowing that those I lead care for me.
I hope that you, our other siblings, and I can bring peace back to the world.
I'm certain we can.
By getting married. What? Okay. Saizo has more than I thought he did. Guess we can do some of Hannah's. He really likes to rub in that he's the leader in these supports. He sure does. That's what makes good leaders, people with no emotions. Yeah, you can't joke and be a leader. It's not allowed. Oh, I found him! Saizo! Saizo!
Hana, I have perfect hearing. You don't need to yell so loud.
So that thing you gave me the other day? The special food that you always carry? Can I have another? Wasn't that the bun in his pocket?
What? You actually liked that? I mentioned that we only carry that around because it's compact and filling, right?
Like my buns.
Like me.
I feel like Saizo has a very defined ass. And then he's just like, just pulls out the pocket bun. Look, it's in the shape of my ass. Saizo has a peach.
I'm trying to be silent, but I'm dummy thick.
It's very hard for him to be a ninja when his ass keeps clapping.
The clap of my ass cheeks keeps alerting my enemies.
Hashtag ninja problems. It's only made funnier now because he's on the puppet. So he's like riding into battle on the puppet, going like that. Oh my god. Fucking hell, Ika. Oh yeah, the bell on Kaze's neck. Yeah, they're trying to...
Kaze's just standing off to the side, shaking his head. As Saizo tries to sneak around with his ass cheeks clapping.
That's why he got into the puppets. What? The puppet's body is the bun?
That's why he inherited the mantle of Saizo.
Whichever twin had the thickest ass would be bestowed with the name Saizo the Phil.
That seems like something that Kaze would explain to Corny in an aside. In a tradition going back generations, whichever boy had the thickest ass was granted the mantle of Saizo.
Oh, the filth part does make sense. Yeah, it does. Oh my god.
It has been both a blessing and a curse for all those bestowed with the ass of Saizo.
He just barely beat me. Oh my god. How does Saizo have the most lore? Out of all the characters, were you expecting Saizo to have the most lore? This man, we could write a dissertation about him now. He is putting the size in Saizo. Saizo might be the furthest from what he's supposed to be. What are you saying, Lucy? This is canon. This is in the text. Saizo is exactly how Nintendo intended him to be. I will say he's quickly becoming one of my favorites.
That ass won you over, huh?
Yeah, it sure did.
In terms of taste, it's probably one of the worst things I've eaten.
I don't want that.
I know you only liked me for my ass, Kagero.
She silently nods.
She would too. Thank you for the clip, Joker. We do need fan art. Somebody quick, draw Saizo with a huge donk. Oh my god, I kind of want to commission that though. Like, new starting soon screen. It's just Saizo with a giant ass. Kagero's an ass woman, apparently. She sure is. We're learning a lot about everyone today. Oh my god. Really? But it's so soft and flavorful, and I absolutely love it. It's chewy like mochi, and perhaps a hint of fish. Splinter. Fish. Stop it.
The recipe does use pounded rice and a little flaked fish. Rice pounded by my own ass. We really don't try at all to make it tasty.
I think it tastes pretty good.
No one has ever spoken those words about this food.
Tim, thank you for the reset for 55 months. Tim's on a 55-month streak and says, this is the kind of ass fetish content I saw. Happy to oblige. I think you just have strange taste buds. I'm gonna see how the others like it. Saizo, pass out your buns. Everyone wants to taste your buns, Saizo.
I do not think that is wise.
Why not? I think they'll actually be angry that you've kept this treat for yourself. Saizo, that's just rude. You need to share. So can I have another one, please? Pretty please? Hannah, no.
Fine. Okay. This is my very last one.
All right, thanks so much. I'll pay you back somehow, Saizo. Just a swift slap of his ass.
I do not know what to make of that woman.
After that, why can't they get married? Oh my god. Saizo is literally carrying a bakery. Yeah, he has that many buns. He's just a bakery on a puppet. Okay, well, going from one of the best to probably one of the worst. Saizo the Filth Bakery. Oh my god, there's got to be some kind of a pun there. At last, another chance to get some serious training in. I don't see Azama or anyone else around, but just to be safe, I'll work on a different technique today. Let's see how fast I can chop up all these small branches. Yeah, 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 yeah! Ow, 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 ow! Oh, that's you. Well, I guess
Oh,
Azama's
good.
getting
I
hit.
hope she chopped him up.
Just beheaded him.
What you did there sounded like, Pit's special move in Smash Bros. Brawl that's like that stand spinning move. It sounded just like that.
Yeah, I know what
Gave me
you're talking
flashbacks.
about. Sorry. Well, it was just that.
That's what she's doing. Ow, 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 ow.
Please tell me that's not Azama again.
Again. So many little pieces of wood embedded in my face.
It wouldn't be the first time, Azama. Moonlight, thank you for the resub for 33 months. Hope you enjoy your emotes and your sub badge. How do we delete a character's spiderweb? She's not going to share Saizo's buns with Azama, I can tell you that. Oh no, I'm sorry, Azama.
I could dodge one large tree, no problem. But this kind of shrapnel? Ah, Miss Hana. I should have known you were behind this surprise attack.
Ugh, I'm so sorry. Here, let me tend to your wounds.
No, I'm fine.
Me.
But have you considered not training right next to me when I'm meditating?
I swear I looked around for you. This is really weird.
I don't know. One time is just unlucky. 2 times something more is going on.
What are you saying? Why would I ever want to harass you like that? Well, Hannah, let's think about this.
Oh, please. We both know that I'm not exactly the most popular fellow in camp. Nope. So it's not that far-fetched that someone could be out to get me.
So what shall we do about this?
I have an idea. Simply invite me along each time you train out here.
But that seems like it would be placing you closer to the danger.
Well, I'd rather be close to the danger, but know it's coming. These surprise attacks are playing havoc with my chanting schedule.
Didn't Azama say he was excited to die? I mean, I don't know why he has such a problem with this then.
I don't think he knows what he wants.
Very well. I'll be sure to call you the next time I come out here to train.
I look forward to it.
All right, chat. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Should we pair them together? Because eventually she's going to hit him, right? Like, eventually. He probably just said it to upset Hinoka. Yeah, probably. No, I support this. That sounds too good to be true. Azama should be left to die alone. Hannah deserves better. Okay, but so does everyone else. I don't think we have somebody that we can sacrifice. Azama saying he's not popular made me think about Corny as a streamer ranking all the army in a tier list. I think Corny has kind of a Dance Mom's pyramid kind of way of ranking the army. And Azama is definitely at the bottom of the pyramid for sure. Hannah doesn't deserve better. Sacrifice her. Game tier. I thought Orochi was going to be sacrificed since they prank each other. Those are the only 2 right now that I can think of putting with him. Because, yeah, Orochi would annoy him just as much as he annoys her. But Hannah might accidentally kill him. So those are our top 2 options for Azama. Hannah could deal with his shit. I think she could take care of herself. I can't. I mean, Hinoka would be terrible. Like, that's not good. Sakura's not good. Like, those are the only options that I can think of. Orochi deserves better even if she is a scammer. They all deserve better. Hey, Hayato. Thanks again for those purses the other day. I already forgot what happened. I'm using one of them a lot. It's cute and really handy.
Well then, I guess it went to a good home.
I'd love to meet the ladies from the Wind Tribe. I feel like we have the same taste. They also enjoy Saizo's buns?
God. You really think that they would be anything like you? You're giving them a lot of credit.
No, we definitely have things in common. For example, I really admire the way they use the flowers on this.
That's not something all women like? I thought flowers were a thing that were just normal for girls to enjoy. Personally, I don't understand the appeal, because I'm a boy.
Oh my god. What? You mean you aren't in the least bit interested in floral patterns? Not at all? Dude, I hate
Is that so surprising?
No, it's just... Oh dear. So the other day I was sort of showing off the cute purses you gave me, and I shared a few with some of the girls in the army.
Okay.
Well, I didn't have enough for everyone, and I may have possibly kinda implied that they could get lots of flowery things from you since you love that stuff.
What?
I'm sorry. I can explain to everyone. You'll see. I can totally fix this.
It's too late.
It's too late. My reputation is ruined. Oh no, misogyny!
Do we have that on the bingo board? Oh no, misogyny.
No. No, we don't. Let him suffer. Oh, man. Like, I get it. He's a kid. So, you know, a lot of his ideals are going to be coming from the adults in his life. But, like, bro, come on.
What would make you think that I'd ever be into cute things like that?
Don't get upset over something so trivial. It's just stuff you got from your hometown.
I get teased for looking like a child as it is.
What does that have to do with... That's not the same...
Now I'm gonna get teased for liking girl things too.
Wah.
Now they all believe I like little flowers. I'm feeling nauseated just thinking about this.
Oh my god.
No, 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 no. This is a disaster.
Hayato, please calm down. It's not that bad. Vomit for weeks, Tor. His complex is popping out. Oh, man. This boy's having a breakdown for nothing. Yeah. Hiya! Hiya! Yeah! What the? Lord Takumi.
What?
Joker. Dude, you're wearing a headband. What do you mean, what? You're standing directly behind me while I train, not saying a word.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to disturb you. I'll be on my way.
Hey, wait a minute. I have something to ask you.
What is it?
Why did you suddenly stop training with me? You didn't tell me last time we talked, and I feel like there's something bothering you.
You need not worry about it.
He's gonna have to go write poetry with Azura. I want to know. I feel like I slighted you somehow, but I can't think of anything. Is it because I didn't share Saizo's buns with you? They're very flavorful.
How can you say that? Do you truly not realize what you did?
I swear I have no idea what you mean. What happened?
I remember it as clearly as though it had happened yesterday.
Mika.
Back when we were still training together, Sakura stopped by. Without any prompting, you proposed the idea of dueling with practice swords.
Uh-huh.
It was right after you had become Sakura's retainer, so you were really full of gusto. You probably wanted to prove your fighting ability in front of her. But you didn't hold anything back and beat the living daylights out of me.
Oh.
You see, I wasn't prepared for an actual confrontation. Not because I didn't think you were able, you'd proven yourself as a retainer. But I didn't want to beat up my little sister's friend in front of her. So as soon as you slipped past my relaxed guard, you began beating me in the head.
Well, that explains some things.
Over and over and over.
Do we have physical assault on the bingo board? No. She just laughs. He's like, you beat the shit out of me. And she's like, ha ha. Oh no, did I actually do that?
You really don't remember. Honestly, I should be the one with the memory loss. Anyway, that's why I decided
That's
to stop
corny.
training with you.
Lord Takumi, I'm very, very sorry.
It's fine. We were both kids. I'd best be on my way.
I had no idea. I had no idea I viciously beat him in the head. Hannah! We need a bigger bingo board. Oh, Ryoma's back. Serious time. Lord Ryoma, could I have a bit of your time?
Ah, Anna. Of course, what is it?
I love how they all look like they're, I don't know, somewhere between like 16 and early 20s. And then Ryoma comes in looking like a full-ass 35-year-old man. I mean, of course, except for Mozu and Hayato, who look way younger, but... I came to apologize for being so abrupt the other day.
Abrupt?
Yes, you had taken the time to talk to me, and I just kind of fled our conversation. He has a whole mortgage! Mika.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. It's fine, it didn't bother me. But I'm getting the sense that's not what you wanted to talk about. What seems to be the problem?
Oh, no, it's not a problem. It's the opposite of a problem.
What do you mean?
I just wanted to say that I really, really admire you. You're my idol.
Your idol?
Of course. Lady Sakura is my liege, and my dedication to her is strong. But in terms of fighting skill, you're on a level all by yourself. I mean, she's not wrong. He is broken. When you showed up suddenly while I was training, I was so incredibly intimidated. I couldn't think of anything to do except run away.
Ah, now I understand. But I'm really not as intimidating as you seem to think.
Yes, you are. Lady Sakura always talks about you. She says, Ryoma is a great brother who's amazing at everything. He's honorable and can fight like no one else.
I appreciate her saying that, though it's a little embarrassing.
It makes me wish I had a big brother like that.
Hey, Lacius.
Undercover cops just like their great-great-great-grandson to do.
To do.
Oh, to do.
Hello, fellow kids. I see. Well, I think I can help you out.
What do you mean?
Knowing you look up to me that way, I want to be able to live up to that image. Not just in fighting, but as someone to talk to when you have concerns.
Oh no, I wouldn't want to be a burden to you.
It's no trouble at all.
Really? Well, okay. Thank you.
Oh, are you getting a lot of that smoke?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lacia.
Stay healthy. Stay inside if you can.
She's using Sakura to get closer to her crush. I mean, sorry, I only have eyes for my sisters and Xander. Oh, man. It's been nasty here. Aw. Feel ya, lots of smoke in Wisconsin, too. Gross haze and smells like a wet campfire. Yee. Looks like it's clearing up. That's good. That's good to hear. Oh boy. Alright, Orochi. I need to not pick that. Ah, Lady Corny. May I share one last thought about your mother? Of course. Your tales are like pearls, Orochi. How so? As I have said, she had many facets. Funny, kind, wise, brilliant, and an ass better than Saizo's.
Impossible.
In the shadows, like, what? And also dark. Oh? She usually shone one way or another, no matter when you saw her. But then I'd catch her alone. What exactly were you, doing there, Orochi? A shadow in her features. She fell into dark spells, and I believe she was always thinking of... Me? Corny, it's not always about you. Yes, you. Or so I believe. She was agonizing over the loss of her daughter. Before her people and at court, she was always bright as the sun. Yet she was unafraid to show this troubled side to me and Kagero. My poor mother. I wasn't sure whether to tell you. It's not a happy memory. And yet, in a way, it is. That was the side of her that loved you, missed you deeply. Thank you, Orochi. I suspect no one knew her quite as well as you, if you know what I'm saying. That side of her, I feel it too, but in the darkness is love. I must... What is that's gotta be a line from Kingdom Hearts, though. I must do what I can to defend all those she also feared losing. I know she'd want you to take heart from all this loss. You're among those she held most dearly, Orochi. Perhaps. In any case, I loved Lady Mikoto very much. Wink. She was like a mother to me. Oh, well, that took a different turn. A mommy, you might say. So of course I feel very close to you. Uh-oh. I hope I haven't overstepped. Of course not, Orochi. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. My pleasure. And your mother's too. Bye. Hi, Anthony. Hey, Kate. I've been watching your streams on YouTube for a while now. First time I get to watch live. Welcome. Thank you for coming over. I hope you have fun.
Hey, welcome.
Oh, Anthony. I'm so sorry. I said Anthony. I'm sorry. I called Mika Mike, you know. I'm sorry, Anthony. Mika. You know what? I'm just going to pick you guys' names now. Wild car. Mika Mike lives on. Mika Mike does live on. I'm a couple streams behind. It's just supports. Plus, I don't care about spoilers anyway. Yeah, so we are gonna do chapter 15, but we're gonna do supports first. So once we get there, if you want to dip out, that's fine. But if you don't mind spoilers, then you can stick around. What's your new name? Original game. T, but with an A. That's it. You're a Spooter. That's right.
Game T.
That is... Tim, I know everyone's name. Oh, yeah? Who's that guy? That's Beardy. Beardy, huh? I'm gonna go introduce myself. How's the bingo board looking? All right. So...
Game Teat.
Game Teat? Uh-oh. Mika! Would that make you Joseph? You could be, you know what, Joker, follow your dreams. You can be Joseph if you would like. How are we still without... We haven't had Womanizer yet, Lacious. I know, it's shocking. I feel like in Conquest, Womanizer's probably gonna... That's probably gonna happen real quick. The closest we would have would be maybe like a Hinata, Tsubaki, but I don't really feel like that's... They're not really, though. You know what I mean? They're not like Inigo or Vake. So... Did we not fight against a mean lady with big boobs a few episodes ago? See, we're not really counting Camilla. That's more like a character that really only exists for that reason. Think like a Cornelia or a Versa. So technically, we haven't crossed that one off yet. We've gotten close with Scared of Ghosts, but not quite there yet. Surprisingly, we also don't have Your Only Trait is Food. I thought that would be an easy one. But not yet. And we haven't killed a family member yet. I feel like that's coming, though. Camilla was more than big boobs despite expectations. Exactly. We were all shocked. Are we sure Corny isn't evil? We're not sure about that. But I don't feel confident enough to check it off yet. All right. Surprised the 1,000-year-old child hasn't crossed off yet. Well, to be fair, I don't know if our fish friend... I don't know what her deal is, so I don't know if we can cross that off. We don't have enough information. All right, Hinata. I know what to do. I've made preparations. Your future at present shows that you'll never get any stronger. But we will change your fate.
I'll do anything, Orochi.
You've got a good heart, Hinata. I think we can fix this. That makes it sound like she's saying we can fix you. Like we can fix the fact that you have a good heart. I've communed with higher sources. Your focus is the problem. You dwell too much on your sword. You must broaden your interests. Do you Lack the confidence to try other things?
Huh. Never thought that I was short on confidence.
Yet it seems so. What you need to do is this. Help me with my tasks. Wow, Orochi.
Really? How's helping you help me?
You focus on yourself too much. What you already know. Helping others will give you the confidence to do anything.
I don't know about this.
Let's begin. The first test is one of empathy. Look at my face. What do I want? Be exact.
All right. Your face tells me...
Yes, yes. Here's a hint. What are my eyes looking at?
Empty teacup.
Empty tea? So maybe I want you to...
Get you some tea?
I'm sorry, I didn't choose the test. It was a divine revelation. I don't need the tea. The test requires that you fetch it. Blame the gods if you like. I'll just be on my way.
Fine. Anything to change my fate. I'll get your tea.
Bravely faced, Hinata. My shoulders are feeling stiff too. So the gods tell me.
All right, cup of tea, back rub, anything else? I don't think he should be upset about giving her a back rub.
Andy, thank you for the reset for
Hey,
73 months. Oh my gosh. So many months. Stopping by before bed. Your boy has to wake up at 3 a.m. Oh God. For work. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. Good luck.
3 a.m. That sounds like an inventory count.
Oh,
Is that what that is?
good luck, Andy. Thank you for stopping in. Get some sleep. I hope it goes well.
It's only, it's a truck day. Good luck. Is there any place around that that's open that late/early where you can get breakfast or coffee? Laisha said I'm good. I've been told I'm great at back rubs. Orochi wants a back rub. No, you get to go to Target later in the morning.
Hi, Leo. With Orochi, Jacob, and Azama in the same army screwing with people, it's a wonder anything ever gets done. Yeah, they have to work around the three of them. The gods say nothing else for now, except hop to it. That's a direct quote. Yeah, Orochi is straight up just Hilda. If Hilda were a fortune teller. I'm doing well. How are you?
Hey, Leo.
Orochi tricking this man into servitude. Yep. At least, yeah, Jacob does do his job. He messes with people, but he's a lot more productive than Azama is. And Orochi. How are we feeling today, Lord Takumi?
Fine, until now.
Burn. Is it because I know all about your childhood? Your dirty laundry? I only meant your diapers. I had to change them when I babysat you. I don't like that that is leading up to their S support. Yikes.
You were so cute when I used to babysit you.
Bro, what?
You grew up into such a hot man.
Oh, no. No.
I'm glad we can take this to the next level, finally.
How old was she as a babysitter? That's a very good question, Mika. That's what
She
I'm
was a
saying.
year older than him.
The ages here are like all over the place. It's like I have no idea.
Let your 2-year-old babysit your 1-year-old. Yeah, they're fine.
It's just no, Tim.
This is an aunt-nephew support. We're really coming at the incest from like all different angles. This is an all-inclusive incest. Now, these two aren't related at all, except that apparently she used to babysit him. So, hey, yeah.
Do ages even exist in Fire Emblem other than 3 houses?
Orochi's a ghost. She's ageless. Cougar alert. Yeah.
Like, maybe she was closer to Makoto's age.
Get that hot cougar.
I swear the timeline in this world is more like a Times Square. Yeah, it's very difficult to figure out the timeline for anything. Oh, could you imagine that though? Being like, yeah, I changed your diapers and wiped your ass. Want to go on a date? Huh?
Blah.
Oh yeah, Leo, Kita just got really, really good at changing her voice. I am Kita right now. You'll have to join for a voice acting session. Oh, I thought you before I read that, I thought you said lesson. That's probably why in 3 houses and Engage, you're given entire biographies of the characters. Look, they're not related. They're from different countries. Nobody's related.
They didn't give ages in Engage, though. They did in 3
no.
houses, except for Manuela. One, I don't think they gave the ages of, like, some of the church people, but... No, Wildcat! Bad Wildcat. Did you say this?
No.
Oh, okay.
That makes it even worse. I'd swear you're just trying to torment me.
Yeah, that's true, Umbreons. There was a timeline in 3 houses. There was a set timeline. This is more like a mind map. I'd never do that. I hope these walks down memory lane will bring us closer together. Oh. What, you don't want to stop and smell the roses with me?
Not exactly.
You're afraid. I guess I would be too. If the roses smell like dirty diapers.
Oh, no.
But if I know my Lord Takumi, you'll conquer your fears soon enough.
Now, what is that supposed to mean?
Don't you remember? You used to hide under your bed as a child.
Hold on now.
Honestly, when I used to babysit, you really worried me. You'd say there were monsters in the closet, the cellar, even the toilet. What?
There are monsters in the toilet.
You'd come running and beg me to hold your hand. To the point where I was scared too. I suppose it's cute in a pathetic way. Callum's face pops out of the toilet. Just full circle. It's just Callum. You don't have to be scared, Takumi.
Enough already. I can't take any more of your mockery. I'm a grown adult.
Yeah. Oh, see? You're no scaredy cat anymore. I really bring the fighter out in you. This is so creepy, Orochi.
Please, no more. That's all I can take. See ya, Orochi.
Wait, Lord Takumi. I thought we were just playing like the old days.
What?
That was cursed, and we had nothing to do with that being cursed. I don't know, Orochi. You might get sacrificed to Azama for that one. Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That was really weird. They're just getting worse.
I vote yes for the sacrifice. Okay.
Do you mind if oh, you have Kagero
Yeah.
and Orochi here. I'm gonna get a drink quick.
Oh yeah, you're fine. So about that fortune-telling card that you lost, Orochi. You wanted me to draw you another one with a brook? So here are a few drafts. No, no, no. It has to be identical. You missed the fish. And what's all this other stuff? This draft has a waterfall. That draft mountains. Ah, you meant you wanted a scene that was absolutely identical? That was the idea. But if you've forgotten, then fine. Whatever. Do something new. Why are you being so peevish? Peevish? How can you say that when you're the one who's... Orochi, just stop. What have I done? It's what you haven't done. Are you going to keep riddling in circles? I can't read your mind. That card, Kagero. That card was the most important one in my deck. I had a special attachment to it. I mean, to the scene you drew on it. The brook was where we first met. Oh, the brook near... Yes! That brook! Remember now? You were training by the water. And I tripped over a stone and then a second stone and fell onto you. Onto me. Then we were into the water. Then we into the water. You dropped the herbs you were gathering. You do remember. It made a big impression on me. I was so young, so intent on practicing. While you were so clumsy, you recruited me into collecting the herbs before they floated away. Right. Yeah, what was that sentence? Okay, it wasn't just me then. The anime plot. Kagero secretly has like 8 X's. Yeah, it's just gonna come out and a bunch of her supports like, oh, this is awkward because we used to date. And you're like, okay, well, you used to date everybody. Get the feeling Orochi's had the biggest crush on Kagero for the longest time. I feel like Orochi has a crush on a lot of people. I think she had a crush on Makoto. I think she has a crush on Kagero. I don't even know what's going on with Orochi and Takumi. And then you couldn't get rid of me after that. We played all the time. I thought you'd forgotten. Sorry, Orochi, but you know, the only thing I forgot was the card itself. If I came across as insensitive... Nope! I'm the one who lost the card and thought you were being a jerk. I should have fessed up completely at the start, but I felt bad enough already. You take things far too far, instead of just getting to the point. What a delicate petal you are. One wonders why you befriended me. I liked the shadow you cast. Well, how about we take a stroll? There's a brook near here. I've been thinking lately how much it's like where we met. What it is? And you have? Yes, and yes. Lead the way! It'll be the perfect setting for drawing that card exactly as you remember it. Bruh. They're like, together. Saizo is the card hidden in his puppet. Oh, man. I might have...
It's not in his pocket.
Oh,
it's
hey, you're
stuck
back.
in his butt cheeks.
Yeah, anyway, his pockets are filled with buns. Orochi's got a ship. Sadly, it might not happen in this playthrough. I know, unfortunately, we can't put them together. I feel like they would be a pretty good S support. All right, are you back now?
No.
Goodbye.
No, get back. Can hear your ass clapping, Saizo.
I do need another second. I'm making coffee.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Well, that's not helpful. Corny, you got anybody? Okay, Corny and Naboro. All right. Midnight cleaning time. Let's do this. Why are you cleaning at midnight? More late night cleaning? Boro? Yes. Sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I'd appreciate your help. Corny's like, me do work. A couple nights ago, it was repairing weapons and armor. Last night, you took inventory of the whole storeroom. Well, better safe than sorry, they say. Come on, Lady Corny, don't just stand there. Help her get out of the way. I know what you're doing, Boro. You're staying busy to pretend that nothing bothers you during the night, aren't you? Is it because spending a quiet night alone reminds you of the night your parents died? What a question. Oh, man. Corny is not very sensitive. Goddamn, Corny. Is this about your trauma? Don't be silly. There are all kinds of reasons a girl would spend every night doing chores. But I've noticed you tend to glance grimly out at the forest while you do these chores. Notice how Corny has just been watching her do the chores and not helping her? That's because, sorry, I wasn't trying to overstep my boundaries. But you seem desperate somehow, and it makes my heart ache to see. You don't need to try so hard. It won't bring your parents back. Oh my god. It won't bring your parents back. Jeez. You have your master and me and all the others here to help you. Lacious. Everyone else is like, damn. Lacious like, ha! You saw right through me, Lady Corny. No matter how hard I try not to be, I'm a mess. I put up a front so I don't fall apart, and I keep people away with my stare. But it was never going to work forever. I just can't do it. Boro, no one cares if you're a mess and your parents are dead. We all have problems. Wow. We all have problems. We'll all help you through yours. Lady Corny. If you're scared to fight on the front lines, there's plenty to contribute in back. If you really want, you can just stay here and do the chores. Everyone knows you as a kind person who always looks out for her comrades. So let us look out for you. Come to us anytime you want. Lady Corny, you think they'll help me if I ask? I know they will. An army is founded on people not having to struggle alone. I never saw it like that before. Thank you so much. I think I was shutting myself out for no reason. I feel a little better now. Good. You shouldn't hesitate to show your vulnerable side around your friends. What about my scary side? You mean that face you're always making? Maybe keep that to yourself. Oh my gosh. Wow. That's a no TP. Yeah, Corny is gaslighting their trauma away. Listen, my parents are dead too, and you don't hear me complaining about it. Yeah, Corny is the worst counselor. What the fuck is this convo? Absolutely not, Spiderweb. I am not sacrificing Corny to Azama. Corny may be a little butthole sometimes, but Corny is also the player character. And that is too close to me, the player. I refuse. Does this put Corny on par or above Minty as the worst protagonist? Minty is worse. Minty is still worse. Orochi was still worse, in your opinion. Never sacrificing myself, bitches. Would you sacrifice Minty to Azama? No. No. Minty... Look, Minty didn't deserve Ivy. But Kita did. So...
Look, can you sacrifice Azama to Saizo's puppet?
I wish.
It does subsist on human blood and suffering, so...
Yeah. Unfortunately, the puppet won't make for a good mom. Saizo's puppet has a name. Its name is Billy. Is Billy the puppet? No, his puppet isn't named Gilbert. It's named Billy after Jigsaw's puppet. And the other one is Anthony or something. What did you guys name him? Hold on, let me look. Anthony. Because his weapons are also named after his puppets. So, there you go. You missed that? I think it was at the end of last stream. Was Minty the Aqua Fresh one? Yes. Yes, Minty is our character from Engage. She was a big dum-dum. Corny is also a big dum-dum. But on the scale of dum-dums, she's smarter than Minty, so... Alright. Are you back now?
I am back now.
Okay.
I had to consider there for a second.
Corny's smarter but more insensitive. I think at least Corny has a little bit of an excuse because Corny lived in a tower. So, you know, it's not like she was going to learn much tact, I don't think. So I think she's, like, insensitive in a naive kind of way. Azama is insensitive on purpose. It's a little different. I think giving Corny that voice helps with her idiocy. That was the goal. She was real dumb. She was real dumb. It's true. All right. These two. May I have a word with you, Lord Ryoma? Is it going to be about how hot his mom was?
Ah, my favorite topic to discuss.
Oh my god, he's a degenerate.
That's a bad time to drink.
I remember changing your diapers as well.
Oh no.
Oh my god. We've assassinated this man's character. We really have, though. And he's fine. He's essentially, like, he's just Diamant. Except, he's a better unit than Diamant was, sadly.
Oh, Jesus Christ. We've assassinated this man's character. We've assassinated so many characters. When it comes to these Fire Emblem characters, we're like international hitmen with how many we've assassinated. I fear you'll take it, whether I grant it or not.
My lord, you know Orochi too well. I promise to make you laugh. How about we try funny stories?
Wow, I thought you threw that in there.
No, that's really in the text.
I just saw it pass there at the last second. I thought you threw that in. Maybe she was his babysitter too. I was thinking like, let's get out those books that you liked as a child. I must admit, I have none.
Ooh.
I've never laughed in my life.
I don't know how to laugh.
much.
Lacius, thank you for gifting that sub to Messy Burb. Lacius is first place. #1 gifter. Thank you so much, Lacius.
He was number 1.
He was number
Thank
1.
you, Lacius.
Ryoma and Fates, noble and proud prince of Hoshido. Ryoma and Kitaverse Fates, incest wishing YouTube spiritual guidance swindler. He just sells a lot of courses.
For $19.99 a month.
You too can learn how to romance your sister.
Oh. I will share with you my 5 proven techniques to woo your sister.
You don't know. Hey, this is where you're going to draw the line, Toko. This is where you're drawing the line. No, I have not played Fates before. This is my first time playing Fates.
Are you ready to take that sibling bond to the next level? But you're just not sure how to start the conversation? Don't worry. It's totally natural and you're not alone. For $19.99 a month, I will give you the tested, proven scripts that you can use tonight.
I'm torn between laughing and cringing. Good. That's what I strive to do here.
Oh my god.
Do you think he and Orochi try to sell to each other? Yes. I do. Tested and proven.
I feel disgusting after saying that, I have to admit.
Take a
I feel
shower.
absolutely disgusting. I need a shower.
Limited edition. Tested on who? Inoka.
No.
Oh, good thing I have lots that I've been saving for a rainy day. What, does she have coloring books?
Are they Disney? It's not raining.
Just a figure of speech, my lord. Is it? Aha! I knew she was going to talk about his mom. Well, not his mom, I guess. Corny's mom. Now, shall we start with tales about Lady Mikoto? Wait, that's his mom? I'm so confused. Was it? So,
Whose mom was it?
whose mom is... Maybe he's just calling her his mom, like, because his dad remarried? There are so many moms, and it's very confusing. She's everyone's mom. Well, not Hinoka's. Whose job is it to draw the relationship chart for these people? Oh, God. Unless he accepted her as his mom. That's what I'm thinking it means. Whose mom is it? Is my favorite game show. Was she the mistress before she married? I don't know.
Welcome back to your favorite late night game show. Whose mom is it?
Ryoma's father is starting to sound a little like Henry VIII, to be honest. My mother.
Ah, yes. You may not know it, but Lady Mikoto had her funny quirks.
She was a quirky lady.
Ah! She'd gobble sweets when no one was looking. I'd catch her with her cheeks stuffed so much she looked like Saizo. Okay, you found on the wiki, she's the only bio mom of Korin. Oh, okay. So I guess when he's saying... nice. Okay. So I guess when he's saying that, he just means he saw her as, like, a mother figure and just Hinoka doesn't. Or didn't. So do they all have different moms? Stepmother of Ryoma, Hinoka, Takumi, and Sakura, adopted mother of Azura. Canonically, yes. They all have different moms. Dad got busy. Dad was busy. Since Ryoma's here, I'm assuming Saizo is watching? Yes, of course. Of course he is.
Wildcat that said that carrot was dipped often.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That is right. I didn't know that about Mother.
Want to hear one about Kagero? Once
No.
No. Once she went high into the mountains looking for paint pigments. But then she saw a bear and thought it was a spy bundled up for the cold. Kagero tried to get a confession out of the bear and barely, escaped with her life.
Surely not the Kagero I know.
Yes, she and your mother. I know things that will keep me laughing forever. Please don't hold such things against Kagero now. That was years ago.
Chipmunk cheeks.
Oh, what's that I see on your face, Lord Ryoma?
A smirk is not a laugh. Still, thank you.
Yeah, these are not funny stories. Oh, my lord, I've failed you. But I'll take a little hope from your smirk. Maybe it's the crack in the dam. Saizo is one of those. I'll get you gushing yet.
Phrasing?
Whoa!
I doubt that.
My God. Did she change his diapers too? Toka!
Still, thank you. Your tales have demonstrated my weak spot.
Yeah, that's where he's gushing from.
I must be more vigilant.
I didn't mean for you to get more serious, my lord. Next time I will get that laugh. She's gonna tickle him. The next one's gonna be like, Gucci, Gucci. Oh, man. We are finding all the most cursed ones today. Not even on purpose. It's just happening. Gushing with laughter. Orochi's after all the royals. She sure is. She's like, well, your mom's dead, so I guess I'm gonna pursue you now. Lucy.
As always, we put the fun in dysfunctional here.
It's true. To be fair, though, Fates came in that way.
It did. Fates came in hot, and it stayed that way.
And now it's gushing.
Gets me hot all the time. You haven't read all the supports of Fates? Well.
There's some gems in here. Ryoma loves to laugh.
I love to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Who was it last time that doesn't laugh often so they don't know how? I think that was Rinka.
Might have been. Yeah, you're probably right. We haven't seen Rinka today.
Does she not have any, or have we just not gotten to her?
I don't think she has any this time because I was focusing on Azama and some of the other characters because I think I have all of Rinka's B supports, so I was trying to focus on getting everyone else closer to.
So, we meet again, Lady Sakura.
Azama, I wanted to say...
You know, I don't really think I ought to speak with you today.
Good.
I find myself becoming frustrated with the way you squander your privilege. So I'll be on my way. Cheers.
Wait,
Yes?
could you please not say those kinds of things to me?
Get him, Sakura. What kinds of things precisely, my dear?
I'm tired of the way you treat me. Just because I don't act how you think a princess should.
Oh, there's some of that princess-like attitude you've been missing. You were born under a lucky star, you know. Might as well take advantage.
But that's just not right.
And here we are again. How depressing. Being humble and meek all the time isn't getting you anywhere, my dear.
I think I've had enough. Why don't you just shut up?!
You just snapped that staff in two with your bare hands. That's what I like to see. Stand up for yourself.
Whatever. I don't care what you think. I'm out of here, Azama.
Amazing. I just knew she had potential.
What a freak.
What the fuck?
And they can get married. They sure can. But not here. That made you so uncomfortable. Azama has a really just gross cloud around him at all times.
Probably comes from the armpit hair.
Azama makes you miss Louis. I mean, yeah, Louis was a creep, but at least Louis didn't...
Louis was a quiet freak.
Louis wasn't actively trying to ruin people's lives.
Also, you just put him in that cat outfit the whole time, so...
That improved him.
Improved him.
Hey, Hayato. I got some more of that red bean mochi. You want some?
Oh, that stuff. Sure, I guess.
Here, have some.
Oh, this is good. I mean, really good.
Came from Saizo's back pocket.
Oh no! It came from where?
Saizo was in the background walking away like, whoop, 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 whoop.
That's why it's warm!
Oh, God, no!
It's very sweaty. Oh.
Sweaty beans. My favorite.
He would have to sweat a lot to sweat through his pants and underwear. The pocket. Not to pry, Hayato, but maybe you actually like sweet things?
Huh? No, I don't. I mean, not really.
He doesn't wear underwear for the mobility? Saizo canonically going commando.
Saizo the commando. Saizo the buff.
Saizo the thick.
They just don't make underwear that fits his ass.
Just like Asura. Maybe that's where he learned it from. He's like, you know what? This might be... I'm just not going to wear it anymore. This might be the way to go. Oh my god. It's okay if you don't want people to know, but why is that anyway?
Sweets are for kids.
Those are
I won't
tricks.
have anyone treating me like a child.
You're thinking of tricks.
Silly Hayato. My tribe expects me to be dignified. I can't munch on sweet cakes like a little brat.
You can't even eat what you want? Just to protect your reputation? That's awful.
Well, I can't. I've got to be mature.
I have an idea. What if you only eat sweets when you're with me? Everyone will know you're just doing it for my sake. What do you think?
Well, if you insist.
Great. We'll be pastry pals. It'll be our secret, Hayato. No one likes you. I've rarely seen someone so insecure about themselves. Yeah, especially being really young. I mean, I know, you do eventually start developing insecurities, but he's very, he's got a lot. Why is he just Lysithea? That's what I'm saying, Mika. He's just proto Lysithea, except Lysithea is much better in every way. Oh, well, I know a fantastic baker in this army. Lucy. Saizo has a bun in the oven, but it's his ass.
All right, let's start your training. No one's gonna call you weak again. Not while I'm here.
Okay, if you say so.
First, let's fix your posture. Straighten your back and puff out your chest.
Okay, like this?
That's great. Just like that. Now, let's hear your battle cry. Say something loud and offensive.
Offensive?
Let me see your war face.
Just curse. Just scream a curse word, Sakura. What? I couldn't possibly do that.
Did you just say couldn't possibly? Come on, you're better than that.
Oh, okay. There's no way I could do that.
That was so cute. Not exactly the effect we're going for, but still.
Do you think I did okay? No, wait, I mean... I was awesome, wasn't I, punk?
Maybe I've pushed you too far.
Fine then. What do I have to do to sound tough?
Don't cry, please. I'm sorry. It was fine. It was good.
Hinata, I'm hopeless, aren't I?
Yeah, I think I'm taking the wrong approach. Don't worry. I'll come up with something.
Okay. Rue, are you okay, buddy? You just had, he keeps sneezing. Hey, come here.
Is that what I heard?
That was Rue sneezing.
I heard that through the floor.
Well, he was laying on the floor. He was laying on the floor
Did he
next
smack
to my
his
chair.
head on the floor?
Yeah, he did that head shake thing.
Aw.
He had a bunch of sneezes. You okay? He's fine. Oh no, he just needs to get Rue.
Raphael and Hinata are just a couple of bros.
They
they're
are,
not
and so is
creepy, like,
Caden.
no, people don't. Yeah,
Here.
Caden's definitely a bro. See, they don't have to be creepy. Why do they always have to have a creep?
No, there's like
You just have harmless bros.
Himbos are like never creeps. Interestingly, they're very rarely creeps. And then there's, you know, Azama. Yeah, just some dudes being bros, exactly. Vake, I wouldn't classify as a himbo. Vake was more like a dude bro.
Different shades
He was
of
like
bro.
He was like overgrown frat boy. That's the energy Vake gave.
Sakura, thanks for coming with me.
Of course, Ryoma. Is the thing you wanted to show me up ahead? Oh yeah, like so many of his supports were just like, I will show you something later.
I have something important to show you, but not right now. Later. Yeah, I found this place. Yeah, that seems out of character for him. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they talk very casually all of a sudden, or they'll say things where you're like, I didn't think you would say that, but you know, sure.
He just becomes a different person for a second, like, yeah, girl. I found this place.
He got
when I was on
relaxed.
patrol. Should be just a little farther.
Is it another pyramid scam? Probably. This place is so pog, Sakura.
Yes, this is it. See that tree? That's what I wanted to show you.
Sakura's like, you brought me all the way out here for a tree.
He's
Oh.
been talking to that tree. That's what he wants to show them all.
I think
They're
that's where
like,
he wants to propose to them.
Oh. Yuck.
This is where our father proposed to our mother, and now it is where I will propose to you.
To all of you at once.
Oh my god. Wow.
Saizo,
Oh no.
The rings, please.
No, they're in his pocket.
Most people have pockets. Saizo has a pocket dimension.
The translation of this game is, in particular, is not well liked, to say the least. Yeah, fair. Sometimes it just doesn't quite make sense. Incest is seemingly legal in this universe. It wouldn't surprise me if polygamy was too. I mean, he's king. He can do whatever he wants, I guess.
This is the way my daddy taught me.
Saizo the ring. It's in my ass, master.
Oh, come on, man. I told you not to put it in there. She's supposed to wear it.
I need to be hands-free.
Damn. Oh, yeah.
Mika's regretting. Mika's sitting there regretting so much.
It's like, you know, when Link has all that gear by the end of a game in Zelda, and it just like, you don't know where he keeps it. That's the Saizo situation.
Yeah.
It's just in that butt.
A Fire Emblem game that was just Smash Bros. There are so many characters. They could do that. They could make that happen.
They could just make a Fire Emblem Bros.
I hope they call it that. Just Fire Emblem Bros.
Super Fire Emblem Bros.
Saizo's secret compartment. I don't think it's a secret anymore. I think Hannah told everyone. everyone's here, oh my gosh. That would be... Are there more there are more Pokemon than Fire Emblem characters, right? I think there are, but I feel like they're closing the gap.
That's what it is. Every time a new gen of Pokemon comes out, Intelligent Systems just like, next game, more characters, more, catch up.
They've got to be close though, because there's a lot of Fire Emblem characters at this point. But yeah, Pokemon, I'm pretty sure broke 1,000, and I think Fire Emblem is what, like, was it 700 or 800?
Jesus Christ.
No, Fire Emblem's more than that. I'm pretty sure, Joker. You've got me convinced enough to count. I'm pretty sure someone, because I think I asked that in a different stream, and someone said that there were several hundred, unless I'm misremembering. But yeah, Wildcat, get a definitive answer and let us know. Oh, it's magnificent. What kind of tree is that?
That is a cherry tree. It is literally what you're named after, Sakura. It isn't in bloom right now. But when it's covered in blossoms, this whole place looks enchanted.
Wow.
Not long after you were born, Mother and Father took all of us on a walk. We came across this enormous cherry tree in full bloom. Right then, they decided to name you Sakura.
Wow. Imagine if they had walked past, like, horse crap. And they were like, well, our baby girl. Also, was she, like, just born? Or had she been...
She was probably a couple years old.
Yeah, I guess. She's just a couple years old. They don't have a name for her. They just keep calling her kid. And then they're like, ah, perfect.
Please, Sakura, I need you to be smarter than our other siblings.
So, by that...
Oh, God, Mika, no!
By that logic, that means that they were walking past some corn when they named Corny.
Their dad just wasn't very creative.
No. It's amazing Ryoma didn't get named, like, Rock.
Rock.
Grass. Takumi's taco meat. What if they walked by a cow and they're like, yes, we will call this child Cow? It just seemed like it could have gone really wrong.
Takumi was born on a Tuesday, so that's what his dad was eating. So he was like, this is excellent taco meat. Hey, that kind of has a nice ring to it.
Beef.
Beef.
I wish his name was Beef.
Shia LaBeef.
Beefy. That's
Beefy
what I
boy.
want, a Fire Emblem character named Beef. Can we make that happen? Can we petition that, please? Ryoma
There's one in particular. Oh yeah, Ryoma can either mean dragon or horse.
Oh my gosh. So what does Hinoka mean? Maybe they did just walk past a horse and they were like, well, I
heard.
Is that Belf, Lucy?
Belf.
There's a character named Belf. Beef McBeef. Hinoka means sun or sunlight. Okay, so maybe they are all named after just kind of what was going on at the time. What's Takumi then? I can't believe there's a character named Belf.
Yeah, there was some historical Japanese like statesman or political leader or something named Ryoma, so that's probably where they got that. But there's a Sakura in every manga and anime, and The others, I don't know. I don't know of any other Hinokas or Takumis.
Takumi means craftsman, means artisan. Well, they probably went to the market and they were like,
Well, that was wrong. He's lazy.
I don't think Takumi's lazy.
He's never made anything in his life.
Fire Emblem's great because
He's just a hairstyle influencer.
you'll have these like really interesting names and then you'll have like a Greg.
Greg.
Just, you know.
Benny.
Yeah, there is a Benny.
There's one coming up later on in Fates. One in particular that I can't wait for you to see.
The character or the name?
The character's name.
Mm.
And don't anybody start listing names because I don't want her to know.
I probably haven't seen it in Heroes then because I feel like I would know. Gregory wasn't his real name.
The royal family, Ryoma, Hinoka, Takumi, Gregory.
Well, anyway, Sakura said something like, "Oh, so that's how they got my name." And that's like all I saw. So, you know what? Good enough.
And she never knew. It's true. Even the forest loved you. So please, take better care of yourself.
Thank you, Ryoma. That's a really special story.
Good. I'm glad you think so. Let's come back here when the flowers are blooming.
I would love that.
And there,
Oh, no.
I shall ask you to be my wife.
Oh, he's going to be like,
He just
he's going to be
thought that. He
like
didn't
those
say that.
flowers. You have bloomed as well.
See, I was gonna go for that one, and then I just felt too creepy.
Well, I'm
so
sorry.
I bailed.
Yeah, it was a good time to bail. That was pretty awful.
I'm bailing
I
on
did see
Ryoma.
Ross.
Ross.
I have seen someone named Ross in Heroes, and I was like, are you kidding me?
Is there a Rachel?
Pivot. Fire Emblem 7 is all over the place. You have an Elliewood walking around in the same world as a Matthew. Oh, that's so good, though. I kind of love it.
Is the Fire Emblem Ross also very annoying and
awful.
awful and disposable?
Disposable. Beating Gnaw would be a feat. That's a good point, Great Destroyer.
Nah.
Gnaw is pretty bad. Lynn's best friend is named Mark? What? Oh, perfect. Ryoma plans to out-incest Rhea, and that's pretty hard. Yup, and Lloyd and Linus, but also Heath and Ursula. I have seen Ursula. The player character's named Mark?
The player character is named Mark? I didn't know that the player characters, like the main character would have a
The default name
default
is Mark.
name.
Wow.
Oh.
That's hilarious. I love that.
But then
Your
again,
favorite
in
normal name
Echoes,
is
you
Chad?
can't change their name.
In Echoes? No, because they're like established characters. Kind of like how you can't change Crom's name.
Yeah.
Ross is in the same game as a guy named Noel with a K. I knew someone
Noel.
named Noel, but it wasn't spelled like that. Since this flew up quickly, according to Nintendo Wiki's Fire Emblem Characters Hub page, removing such category groups and such, there's around 1,000. That's including any named villain. So if you want playable characters, that's a different proposition. That does include Warriors, Heroes, Tokyo Mirage, Sessions, and probably other side story stuff. See, I was going to say, there are a ton of characters in Fire Emblem, so they really are, I think, competing with Pokemon.
There's no Rachel, but there is a La Rachel. It counts.
Close enough. I don't know. I could see them throwing a Rachel in there in the next game. Why not?
A Rachel, an Abraham, a Rebecca. Then they just have the Old Testament going on.
Oh, whoop. All right. Boro has some. Let's do these.
Oh my god. I'm just imagining what you would have done if you could have changed Chrom's default name.
I probably would have named him Crumb. Chrome.
Boom.
Google. Something like that. Crumb. Sometimes it sounded like they were saying crumb, to be fair. Yeah, where's Bill? We need a Bill.
Probably be like Bilious.
I hope so.
I hope that if they reboot, what was it, Fire Emblem 7, that they get Mark Whitten to voice Mark.
Shez got named Cheese after all. She did.
Jeez.
She sure did. No, Bill, but we got Belf. I can't Belf. That's just cruel. Who did that? Surprised none of them have my name James, despite it being very European. There's no James? Yeah, that seems like a name.
I can't believe that there's no James.
Yeah. Maybe in the next game. Umbreon.
It's sounding a little bit like Game of Thrones, where you have a Daenerys next to a Jaime.
Well, to be fair, the Targaryens are from old Valyria, and their naming conventions are different.
Right, you know all the lore now because you read the lore book.
I did read the lore book. It's true. Nothing beats Roy, in my opinion. Roy.
I know. I always thought that was weird because Roy was in Melee? Was he in Smash Bros. Melee? And I was always like, who the fuck is this? Like, who's Ike and Roy? And what the hell are they from? Ike always just makes me think of a dog. Ike to me has always sounded like a dog name.
Really?
Yeah, not a person name. And I'll tell you why that is, because there used to be a brand of dog food whose mascot was a bulldog in a sweatshirt that said Ike.
I see that association. Here's the hero of ages, Steve. Curtis.
Fire Emblem Blues Clues edition. Curtis?
Why not? Dan.
Oh, God. Well, now here we have Tsubaki. This store. This is where Oboro was filling in temporarily. I wonder if the owner's recovered.
Welcome. Come right in and have a look around. We've got everything you need.
Is that Oboro? She's still here.
Hi, Dooms. Welcome back.
Hey, Dooms. Welcome back, dude. Thank you for the bits earlier.
Yeah.
You donated and dashed. We were hoping that you would stop back in.
Donate and dash. What lies? Dooms? There were witnesses.
But we need to know your choice of jar.
If you want, you don't have to. But yes, this month we are doing worst dads. I didn't see it, Leisha. Yes,
you don't have to,
the most evil one. So we've got Gilbert, we've got Garon, and we've got Sombron. So that's up for debate. Gilbert is clearly a monster.
Unclaimed donations do go to the state, and I don't think Ryoma needs any more money.
No, he is, well, I mean, he's going to have to fund like 5 weddings.
Ew.
Thank you so much, Dooms. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't think Sombron even deserves it.
Deserves what?
I just remember Sombron being lame.
Sombron was pretty awful.
Was he?
Yeah.
That was toward the end where you really get Sombron's lore
When he's dying like everyone else
that
in
was, yeah,
Engage.
it was just
Here's
at
my
that point
sad
where-
backstory when I'm gonna take 20 minutes to die.
Yeah, and like every stream, I thought it would be the last one, and then 6 hours later, it's like, oh no, we've opened up a new chapter. Like, what the fuck? Just die already.
Yeah, Sunbrun was basically having children to like fight for him, and then he would kill them, and it just, yeah, he was bad. But then he tried to be like semi-sympathetic at the very end by being like, "Oh, I was like alone or whatever." I'm like, bro, it's too little, too late.
So was Jacob, and he became a world-class butler. What's your excuse?
If we're talking about parenting, he was pretty bad as a villain, not even mid. Yeah, Joker pretty much sums up Sombron. Like, he wasn't a great villain at all, but he was a pretty bad parent. Wildcat. Lacious. If you were so lonely,
Ooh.
why the hell did you kill all those kids that you had? Right? Yeah, oh, Sombron. At least, I don't know, at least so far, Garon is pretty... He's pretty evil. He's doing pretty well as a villain, I think, from what we've seen of him. We haven't seen too much.
He's got a strong foundation.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to see how he develops his story as he goes on, but he's got a strong villain foundation.
Yeah, although, again, Sombron was so bad that it's not... I don't think it's going to be that hard to one-up him in terms of villain. Anyway, when he's not bathing in ice cream, that's right. I mean, I think that adds to his charm. Let's be honest, he's only in these jars because of his evil beard. Lacious. You see him much more in Conquest? I mean, that would make sense. So I guess
Aaron is also
we'll
part
find
penguin, so he has that going.
Oh. I wonder if we're ever going to see Gunter again.
I don't think we are. At
You
least
don't think
until we
so?
restart his conquest.
He's just perpetually falling down that pit.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate
No,
for him.
I liked your idea though of the very last scene in the game is just him hitting the bottom.
That's what I'm hoping for. Fingers crossed.
Fall out of Saizo's ass.
Whoa, I didn't realize that's where the pit went.
It's connected
There's a
like
portal at the
wormhole.
bottom?
They're all just like marching back to the castle from the final battle, and Saizo's just like, oh no. And it's just a whole man flies out of his ass.
Gunter's gonna steal the final boss.
Oh dear God! All right, I did read this line.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Dubaki.
Is the owner still sick? That poor man.
Yeah, it's really a shame.
Well, give him my regards. Here's hoping for a speedy recovery.
Dubaki, I'm sorry. I know I should be spending more time with the army than this shop. And I know it's against regulations. But this is make or break for the owner. I can't just leave his business to dry up.
It is frowned upon for members of the Hoshiden military to take side jobs, yes. So
Okay,
I
well,
would never do it. I'm perfect.
well, Ryoma's out here selling courses, so... You're right.
He is.
I can't keep doing this on the sly. I'll go tell the lady of the house I quit.
Oh, well... I wouldn't mind staying mum a little bit longer, if it's really necessary.
But you...
How much longer do you think you'll need until the owner's up and around again?
He's improved a lot. I don't think it'll take much longer.
Then why not see it through to the end?
What, the end of his life? Is that okay?
Yes, and then you'll inherit this shop.
He's been hanging around Orochi too long. With that cadence.
It's just, yes, and then he just like clamps his hands over his mouth like, what's happening to me? I see nothing wrong with it. As long as I keep my mouth shut, who will know?
Thank you so much, Tsubaki.
Good luck minding the store.
I love how after all of the just wild supports that we have seen tonight, that one was so normal by comparison. I almost don't even know how to respond when a support is just normal.
Yeah, that was just a friendly conversation.
It was. You're working towards a bit badge. You got it. I think you have the top one, Dooms. I think you have the very
See a goal.
highest bit badge.
Yeah, he just bits leader 1.
Yeah, but 200K. Oh my god.
Is there
Toko.
another one for 200,000?
Oh, they go up. They will
They go up
on.
into the stratosphere.
I'm
Huh.
pretty sure they go maybe into the millions. I'd have to look.
Holy shit.
I
Go
have,
for it, Dooms.
This is becoming peer pressure. Oh boy.
What's peer pressure? He said that was his goal. I'm being supportive.
Saizo! You can't run forever. I can hear your ass cheeks.
But I will. And I must. As long as you keep threatening me with those gaudy clothes.
He's running away from her. Yeah, because he's decided to go commando. Oboro's like, look, I made you this lovely underwear. And he's like, absolutely not. I refuse to wear it. Oh, don't say that. Just try it on for size. You'll cut such a swank figure.
Girl, he doesn't need any help for that. He already can't fit through doors. Tim, no,
Akro's
he
little brother Sean Dingling
whoa!
was attacked by Leon, the circus lion, in a horrifying accident. His name is Dingaling.
Sorghum.
Dooms! Oh my god.
Thank you, Dooms.
His name
Lace is
is
just like, those
Dingaling?
aren't bits.
Dooms, thank you so much for the $182. I saw a goal. You did, and you smashed that goal. Oh my gosh.
What is
Utterly
the goal?
annihilated it.
I can't see the Twitch screen.
Capture card,
Capture card!
which has been sent. The 3DS has been sent away, so I'm waiting. Very excited. Gilbert is fucked.
Like, those aren't bits. It's a small moon.
Thank you so much, Dooms. I appreciate that. That is awesome. Let me know if you want to give everything to Gilbert. I can't bring up Photoshop because unfortunately OBS is not playing nicely with Photoshop right now. Every time I bring them up at the same time, OBS just kind of dies. And then I have to restart, and then OBS kicks me out of my account. So I'll have to write that down and add.
Well, thanks, man.
yeah.
That's really, really cool. Yeah, I don't think he did pick a jar. I think it was basically your choice, but
Well, you said Gilbert's pretty bad. earlier.
Oh, okay.
If Gilbert wins, does that mean Kita's going to release a YouTube compilation video of every single Fire Emblem Three Houses character killing Lacius?
Every Three Houses character killing Gilbert. I like that idea. I like the way you think.
What a video.
He's a genius. Hire this man immediately.
Unfortunately, I don't know if it's possible to kill him with every character. I don't think you could kill him with Dimitri. Or Dedue.
No, probably not. That would be too much fun.
Just bury Gilbert, dude. I can do that. He is buried. Only Eagles and recruits could. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So yeah, Claude and Hilda, Dimitri and Dedue couldn't. Which would also mean that Sedith and Flame couldn't. Wow, there's a lot of characters that can't kill Gilbert. DLC.
DLC. There's a lot of characters that will never know the joy of slaying Gilbert. Creepy doll carving absentee father.
Then you could play Three Hopes and do it again. Could. Yeah, Catherine and Cyril too.
I have 3 hopes and they all involve people killing Gilbert.
Oh my god. It's just so out of... You can get Claude and Hilda to kill him, just send Gilbert out to die during Azure Moon. Oh, well, I guess, South PB, that you could if you bait the NPCs. As a Gilbert appreciator, I support the senseless slaughter. Joker. I'm glad you know that this slaughter is all in good fun.
No Gilberts were harmed in the production of this video. Much.
Does Gilbert do anything worse than abandon Annette? His overall, like, woe is me personality kind of grates. And he also never really tries that hard to, like, fix his relationship with Annette and is just focused on Dimitri.
Did I read this? No, I didn't. I told you. Ninja needs no such things. How many times must I repeat myself?
He slows you down on chapter 8, worse sin. Good point. I returned to Gilbert's slaughter what I miss a lot. That woe is me comes from survivor's guilt. I mean, I'm not going to fight with you about it, Chipper. Like, that's fine if you're here for Gilbert. I'm not, but like, you do you. You're handsome under all that black, you know. You should glam yourself up some.
Is there nothing I can do to make you stop this?
I've got an unstoppable passion for fashion, Saizo. Wow. Passion for fashion. Isn't that TM'd?
Probably by Tyra Banks.
I think isn't that the Bratz line though?
Is it?
Isn't it?
Oh, I don't know. Tyra probably owns that too. America's next top brat. These clothes you insist on will get me killed. A ninja must be stealthy. We spend our lives in the shadows. You can tell because I'm so pale. And we must dress the part. My clothes may be frayed in places, but that's how I like them.
Huh. You're right. These threads are coming loose. That's gonna make it harder to get them off you, but I'll manage. Is she trying to undress him?
Get your hands off me and give me back my clothes. I think
no.
she has undressed him.
Saizo's just running
He's
through the
naked.
town naked?
He and his puppet are both naked, just running away from Oboro through the town. Stop everything you're doing.
Now what's the best accessory to go with this outfit? Oh, of course. What it really needs is a bright scarf. Oh, and a hat. You'd look great in a hat.
Hat. This has gone far enough. Guards! I'm being attacked by a clothes thief.
Well then. I wasn't expecting assault. Oboro has not even considered consent. She has not. That these booty shorts aren't gonna wear themselves. Oh man. So not gonna put them together.
I don't want to put anyone together.
It's just a bedazzled thong.
I think that would hurt.
Yeah, it sure would.
I wouldn't wear that.
A bedazzled thong?
No, I would not wear that.
Alright, good to know.
I know you're disappointed.
Yeah, very. Doody doody doo.
Oh, it's him. Oh. Oboro, what's the matter? Why are you singing that sappy tune?
Shut up. I'm not sappy at all. Why are you always criticizing me?
Relax. I was just joking. You have no sense of humor. Say, aren't those fancy clothes you laid out for the royal family? Those are the finest garments I've ever laid eyes on.
Oh, those are for the official ceremony. They asked me to select their outfits. It's quite an honor. They clearly respect my taste.
So you were singing that sappy song because you were feeling happy?
Can you blame me? This is a big deal.
Wait a second. I know what your game is. You're trying to charm the royal family so they'll reward you during peacetime. That's awfully devious.
Azama. Just you try and say something like that. One more time.
Oh, that evil look on your face is back again. Please don't kill me. I have to go.
Hey, hold on a minute. I'm not done with you yet. He just
No
came
way.
back.
I don't think so. I'm out of here.
Look, I promise I'm not mad. Wait up. See, I'm not being scary now. Let him go.
You're right. And I don't feel a dark presence around you anymore. Okay, fine. I won't run away. What did you want to say to me?
Azama, I don't understand why you've been so blunt about everything. Are you just trying to get a rise out of me? Yeah, that's literally what he does to everyone he comes in contact with.
Honestly,
Good morning.
I'm not sure what to say.
Good morning. I got feathers on my titties.
Mika! Thank you for the 200 bits. Saizo's therapy
Mika.
fund. Thank you, Mika. Where would you like to put those? Did you, I think you did you do Sombron last time or did you do Gilbert? It's been a while since I heard that alert. It has been a while.
Which one was that?
Got feathers on my titties.
Ah, that's a vintage alert.
Yes, you did. Did you want to keep that, or did you want to put this towards someone else? Appropriate. You think that's what Oboro's putting on her clothes?
No, I think that's what Azama's growing out of his.
You'll keep it? Okay, I can do that. Got you. Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
I get to go back and listen to these VODs later, and then I hear all the alerts after the fact. I can't hear them when they go off in this setup.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't share. It doesn't share the alerts. Saizo unironically went from one of the most hated characters in the Kitaverse to the most developed. Well, he's developed, alright.
In all the right ways.
Really? I assumed it might be some sort of weird monk humor. Is that what you do for fun? Set people up so they lose their cool around you?
I mean, sure, I do kind of find that amusing.
This is why people hate you, Azama.
Maybe it's a deep-seated thing. I've never really thought about it before.
Well, at least you're thinking about it now. That's a start. Oh, are we gonna get his sad story in the A support? I'm just like this. Because...
No, he doesn't have one. He just sucks.
I could see him stealing Jacob's, like, he overheard Jacob talking to someone else, and he's like, yeah, my parents, they left me on a doorstep.
Well, Jacob's always listening, too, so he would know that he lied.
Oh, yeah, he would definitely call him out.
No, he doesn't have even a contrived sob story. He just sucks.
When I was 5, my father made my mother a wonderful quail pie, and I couldn't have any. Yeah, that sounds about right.
His, like, ending, though, you know, in Three Houses, when they have, like, the ending plot, his, I believe, is, like, unhinged.
Really?
Yeah, but it's not a contrived sob story like Stormbron.
I still haven't been able to corner Hayato again, but I've brushed up on all the latest kimono trends. He won't be able to resist. What?
Oh.
It's about time you showed up, Hayato. Have you heard about the wild things they're doing with kimonos nowadays? Just listen to this.
Excuse me.
Hey! Get back here! At least tell me why you keep running away.
Well, once when we were in battle, I happened to glance at your face. You were scarier than a demon.
What, you mean this face? Whoops, sorry. I'll take that as a yes.
I assumed based on that you were just as much of a terror as you looked. That's why I instinctively fled from you. Also, I just learned that word yesterday.
Is that what happened?
Don't laugh. I was scared out of my mind.
Sorry to put such a scare in you, Hayato. That's the face I make when I remember my past. It has nothing to do with you. Wow. Anytime she's thinking about her past, she just pulls that face.
Past? What do you mean?
Men from Nor killed my parents when I was young. They were clothes merchants, out making a delivery when bandits set upon them. Ever since, anytime I think about that day, I can feel my lips start to curl. Someday I'll really get back at Nor by rebuilding their business, twice as good.
That's horrible. Your parents dying. I mean, not your face.
Wow.
Oh, no, the face is pretty bad, too. I'm sorry to dredge up past traumas.
No worries. I'm just glad we could clear up the misunderstanding. So next time it's all clear between us?
Absolutely. I'm sorry for keeping my distance. I'm eager to get to know you better now.
Same here. Next, to loop the string around your right finger. No, the other way.
Was I doing it wrong? This is harder than I pictured.
I hate to say this, but I don't think you're having trouble following directions. You're just not very good. This is beginner level stuff, and you're still struggling with it. Damn. Jeez.
Hey, you can't blame me. You're the one making it hard to follow.
Excuse me?
That was, like a joke? Sorry.
Let's start over.
Nah, there's no need. I've messed up enough that I don't want to waste any more of your time.
What kind of talk is that? I'm not letting you off the hook that easy. We're staying here until you learn how to do this.
Right. You sure having a passion for braiding and you sure have a passion for braiding and weaving, huh?
What tipped you off?
If you could remember all these complicated patterns, you must have practiced a lot.
It made my parents happy when I'd learn a new technique. So I studied hard until I'd mastered them all.
That took a lot of effort, right? I'm amazed to see that kind of dedication.
Hey, did I tell you to stop? Less talking, more practicing. I'm gonna keep riding you until you can do this on your own, Caden.
Oh, fine. I'll keep at it a little longer.
They knew. He's gonna keep on what? Legacy. Damn indeed. My goodness.
Oboro, might I have a moment?
Oh, Lord Ryoma. I'm really sorry for my behavior a few days ago. I was so determined to get you back in fighting form. He's like, yes, I heard you have been undressing Saizo. But I couldn't fix anything nutritious enough to help. I can't apologize enough, my lord.
Don't let it trouble you. I've never had anyone scold me like that before. It was a new experience for me. I found it most amusing.
Is that so?
Yes, I'm taking pains to get all the rest you insisted upon, Oboro. That was awkward, sorry.
Well, that's a load off my mind. I only want you to be healthy, Lord Ryoma. You're my master's older brother, so your well-being matters a lot to me.
Thank you. But I think you undervalue your critical importance to our army.
Huh?
Prolonged combat makes everyone tense. And you know what's good for tension.
Oh my god.
But you help people ready themselves for battle, relaxing them and raising morale. Only someone with genuine compassion for one's allies can do that.
Oh, well, I just do it because I want to.
Don't deny that it's helpful. I know that it is. You ought to be proud of yourself.
Lord Ryoma.
Everyone has their part to play. I'm impressed that you found your niche and strive to better yourself as you have.
That's very kind, especially from you, Lord Ryoma.
It's the least I can do as thanks.
Oh boy. Hey Mozu, you see that? See what? What am I looking at? That soldier over there. Look at her closely. Am I supposed to know her? I don't think we've met before. She's real cute though. What's going on here? Wait a sec. Is that the girl who joined about the same time I did? We have more child soldiers? That's right. I'll be darned. I had no idea. She looks like a totally different person. I would never have guessed. Ha! That's my genius at work. You did all that? Dang. I heard you were good, but... What is she, a plastic surgeon? Oboro's out here giving people nose jobs. I didn't know you could go that far. You'd be surprised what I can do. Want a personal demonstration? Come on. Don't you want to be introduced to the new Mozu? Mika!
Ew!
So she did Saizo's cheeks? Now that's canon.
Ew!
Yeah, Boro's out here giving everyone plastic surgery. Well, I can make you the stunner you've always dreamed of being. That's a child! That's the power of a good makeover. Maybe just for a little while. Run, Mozu. You'll be glad you did. Now then, right this way, please. I won't rest until you're looking gorgeous. That's a figure of speech, right? We're not gonna be up all night, are we? Oboro? Oh no. Oh no. That's concerning. 14 is old enough to start Botox, right?
It is now.
No wonder Saizo was running away from her. He's like, my ass is already too big. Stop.
That's what he's doing to try and get rid of it. He's donating his ass material to other people's cosmetic procedures.
Material. Oh god.
All right, seriously, I do really worry at the young age of people like getting plastic surgery anymore. Like, what the?
I'm not against plastic surgery, but I do think that it's pushed too much, especially to young people.
Anyway.
Hey there, Tsubaki. Did you hear the news? Saizo's got a fat ass.
One day, you too can have an ass like mine. No, I don't think he likes it. I think he believes that his ass is a curse. He's trying to get rid of it, but it keeps like it keeps regenerating.
Okay. It's making
like
him
rodent teeth.
It's making it difficult for him to be stealthy.
Yeah.
It's adding a lot of noise.
It's like rodent teeth. If he doesn't wear down his ass, it just grows so big that it like debilitates him.
There was a horrific episode of The Angry Beavers where they decide to let their teeth grow really long because they think it's like fashionable or something.
Yeah.
It's scarring.
Now the child is a huge dump truck. Oh, Christ,
No! Saizo does have enormous cleavage.
He does. I'm a model, and you know what I mean. I do my little turn on the catwalk. Oh, yes, regarding the soldier, you mean. After I told him of your method, he got better the very next day. I was pleased to hear of his recovery.
Well, I'm just happy that I could pitch in.
You're awfully knowledgeable, Mozu. I must admit, I'm impressed. It's not easy to impress me. After we met, I went and read a number of books on remedies. And yet, your cure wasn't in any of the volumes I flipped through. Was that some secret formula passed down in your village, perhaps?
The Krabby Patty secret formula? It's just a home remedy, nothing special. Simple everyday knowledge, really.
Wait, what did she heal him from?
I don't know. Did he have a big ass? Nothing fit for a book, obviously.
Your quaint, folksy remedies. Our doctors are baffled. It's just molasses and whiskey.
You think it was a cold? You're probably right, Joker.
Oh, yeah, it was definitely just molasses and whiskey then. Take 2 shots of this and you won't be able to feel your head.
Ew, whiskey, Kool-Aid, and butter.
Blah. So bussin'.
No. A villager was sick and she offered a better treatment. Thank you, Embryons. I'm glad that you
She was just sick.
remember the the
Well, okay,
actual
it was
story.
hemorrhoids. Let's put some whiskey on those hemorrhoids.
Oh no.
Wait, is whiskey keto? Well, Kool-Aid definitely isn't. The deadly Japanese cold. Huh. Everyday knowledge, you say? I don't suppose you have any more knowledge to spare.
Well, I know how to store food so that it keeps for a long time.
Oh, is that so? And what is your ideal method for storage?
I know what
What?
Saizo's is.
Ew.
Well, a good example is turnips. You need to cut them and wrap them tight in wax paper.
Wax paper. Interesting.
Oh, and you should store vegetables somewhere nice and cold. And if you store them with charcoal, they retain their flavor and stay fresh longer.
I've never heard of these solutions. How fascinating.
Not even me, Tsubaki, the perfect man, has never
Not
heard of
even me,
these.
Tsubaki the Flawless.
Saizo the Filth, Tsubaki the Flawless.
Tsubaki the Flawless. And Kaze the Dad.
Kaze the Daddy.
Some call me Daddy.
He wouldn't know what that means. Random women are giving him fruit, and he's just like, why do they keep doing this? And why are they calling me Daddy?
That should be a support between him and Saizo.
Saizo has to explain it.
Several women in our army have taken to calling me Daddy. It's rather charming, but I don't understand. I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me this.
He's trying to leave.
I suppose you can't learn everything from reading. Say, Mozu, would you be willing to keep teaching me your methods? I think your knowledge could help not just me, but everyone around camp. What do you say?
Yeah, sure. Okay. I'm happy to help in any way that I can.
Thank you.
That was a very nice support. I'm sorry we ruined it. A confused daddy is still a daddy.
And that day, Tsubaki discovered essential oils.
Yeah, Ryoma jumped on that real quick. Tsubaki reminds you a bit of Ferd. Me too.
Oh, we're back here. Great. This food is delicious, Mozu.
Oh, you're just flattering me. Anyone in my village could have whipped this up, but they're all dead.
You're being too modest. It has a warm flavor to it that I miss.
Is it close to the food back home for you?
Yes. Simple and lightly seasoned, but good on the tongue. That's what he said about Kagero, too.
Oh my god. Good on the tongue, Kagero.
Probably why she left him.
She left him for a lot of reasons.
Sorry, I had a falling stuff problem.
No, it's fine.
Most food in the Hoshiden capital has a heavier flavor. I prefer this.
You can say that again. This food sucks. Not the same thing about all the heavy food around here. Sucks.
I guess country folk just do things differently. Would you mind if I came here for dinner again sometime?
Help yourself.
Where is he?
I don't know. It always looks like they're in a hallway. Sometimes they're in the middle of a battle. It still looks like they're in a hallway. When those veggies start ripening, I'll whip something up with them too.
I'll make a special trip for that.
Well, harvest time is a ways off, so it could be a while yet. Maybe in chapter 20. Farming is slow and steady work, you know. But yeah, come for dinner anytime.
My compliments to the chef.
The small child is making dinner for a grown man with a giant ass. Kagero left him because she was jealous of his massive cheeks and cleavage. Listen, Ryoma bought a lot of stuff in Nor, and if he sells it on to just 30 people, he can double what he spent. Honestly, Garon just has to sit and bide his time, and this whole place will fall apart. If he could do nothing, and this army's gonna destroy itself. Why does Mozu have good supports with old men? That's a good question, Umbreons. Which again would be fine if they were coming if they were coming from like a paternal angle and not a spouse angle. I think that is what he's doing. He has his ice cream and that's all he needs. Yeah, he's just vibing. Living his best life.
Hey, Mozu. You have a moment to talk?
I sure do. Say, does this have something to do with that charm of yours? I'd like to quit worrying so much if I could.
Of course. I've prepared a special charm just for you. Before your next battle, breathe deeply and put this charm in your pocket. You'll be able to face any fight without a single concern.
Did
I
you buy
know-
this from Ryoma?
That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, Ryoma. I had no idea charms could be that simple and convenient. But still.
Is something wrong?
Yeah, I always breathe deeply on the battlefield. I love the scent of death. Are you trying to give me some peace of mind or something?
I think she's Reina's kid.
Reina's secret child? Well, that's unfortunate for her because all of this is coming from the assumption that her mother is dead. So...
No,
And
she
her
was
mother-
adopted.
Oh, you think Reina adopted her? Or
No,
Reina
I think
had
she's
her?
She's actually Reina's daughter, but she was adopted by the country folk to protect her from something.
Well, that failed. But yes, this is canon now. You guys better be taking notes. This is a lot of lore. We need a book.
Mozu, don't mock my all-powerful charms. Magic is no joke, you know.
What?
That's what Willow said to Buffy once.
No, of course not. That's not what I meant at all.
The charms aren't effective if you don't truly believe in their power, understand?
Need a PowerPoint?
What is it, like
Mika-
Santa Claus?
If you don't believe. Mika, I actually have an idea. You see, were you around for Awakening at all? We had a board for Awakening that I made in Photoshop that basically showed how everyone was cheating on each other and whose kids were actually whose. It was quite extensive. And I'd really like to do something for Fates like that, but also add in all the lore too. And I have an idea, but it's absolutely ridiculous. But at the same time, that would fit. So, we'll have to see what happens for the Fates lore. Yeah, I get it. I do believe in your power. I'll be sure to use it next time. She doesn't.
Wonderful. I know that it will help you immensely. Just trust me.
Of course you're right. I'll let you know how it goes. Thanks, Hayato.
No problem, Mozu.
We need to show them the old board sometime. Oh my gosh. Yes.
Bring back the board.
Bring back the board. I need to one-up it though, you know? Like, I can't just do that for Fates.
Constant
So-
improvement.
That's right. Say less, Keat, I'm all in. Pull up to class with your project. It's a PowerPoint about Saizo's ass and Silas being a conspiracy theorist. She chucks it like a ninja star. I used it. I could see that. Why are all of Mozu's early supports just various people traumatizing her? Now her B supports are people actually being nice to her. I guess they feel guilty maybe for not being nice to her at first. So now they're like, oh man, I guess her mom did die. And Reina's like, ooh. Might need 3 charts for all 3 games. Joker, I'm thinking I'm gonna need a lot of surface area. For sure. And we don't even have anybody like married yet. We haven't met any of the kids yet. It's gonna be a lot, I think. Twitch crapped out on me on the Fates lore concept. Wild. I was just saying we need to like improve upon the Awakening board because we've got 3 games and it's gonna be a lot. So, you know, we gotta do something better. We need Venn diagrams. The game gives Reina nothing, so we have to do it, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. If you're not gonna make this person a character, we will, and we will ruin everything. Whose mom hasn't died by now? Reina's. How close are we to the mass wedding? Well, it's hard to say because we're doing okay with supports. Like, I've pretty much obtained, we haven't watched them all yet, but I've obtained pretty much all the Bs. I know we have a couple characters left, but I think only one of them has a lot of supports. So it shouldn't be too bad. It's just that getting each support takes more support points to get. So a C support is pretty easy compared to an A support or an S support. Like, you have to do sometimes multiple battles to be able to earn the S support. So I'm doing my best. It's just, it's very tedious to get them. But I'm hoping we can really start working on some of the A supports soon. We have seen a few of them. Corny we're pretty good with. She doesn't have a ton. Like, here's a bunch of A supports. I mean, she's up to a B with Kagero, but and Takumi, but like all these are done. Well, then there's Hanoka, but so we're doing pretty well with Corny, who has the most anyway. But yeah, it just takes time. Is Ryoma gonna be Crom and flirt and cheat on everyone? It's not cheating if he's married to everyone. Oh my gosh. So anyway, to answer your question, I'm not sure how close we are, but we're doing our best. We're getting there. We're getting there. But that's why we end up having huge support streams. Because there's just so many. I was gonna try
and do a chapter tonight.
I think I'm gonna push it to tomorrow.
Yeah, I would say so.
I know. We got sidetracked by Saizo's dump truck of an ass. It happens. But yeah, well, I was originally going to do a chapter tonight, but I think what we'll do is we'll start tomorrow and do a chapter. So we'll do it that way. So, what do you think, Hinata? How'd that trip seem to go?
There's more.
Do you understand how to haggle now that you've seen it in action?
Well,
I was distracted by Tim's request for a dump truck emote. I don't know, Tim. I'll have to look into that. Nothing to say. Do you think my way of shopping is wrong?
I was absolutely moved.
Pardon?
Mozu, that was amazing. To think that haggling could make things so cheap. The way you handled that shopkeeper, I thought he'd sell his store to you. I've seen a completely different side of you.
It's nothing that special. I just enjoy haggling is all. Mozu's haggling is holding a shop at gunpoint.
Mozu really loves buying cars. I need to give it a shot next time. You must teach me all the tricks you know.
Let me see. You must always remember to look at who you're haggling with first off.
That's easy. I'm always looking at a pretty shopkeeper.
That's not what I mean at all. You need to look at their nature, not their appearance. Everyone has a unique personality, okay? Even shopkeepers. You have to match your haggling to their mood, or it'll go bad for sure. Some people will bend when you push hard, but others will buckle down. Some will give you a deal if you look indifferent to the whole experience. There are tons of types of people. This child is a genius.
She's definitely smarter than most other people in this army.
Well, that's a low bar.
Including the leader.
Well, again, low bar.
So, how do I tell who is who?
Well, there are a lot of different ways. For me, I like to ask lots of questions. How they answer them can tell me a lot about the person. You have to talk to them to figure them out. That's my point.
I see. Well, that sounds like plenty of fun, even without haggling. But I'll try and combine talking to them and haggling next time.
You're still only gonna go to shops run by pretty women, aren't you?
Of course, I refuse to budge on that.
Well, at least talking to someone you want to be talking to might help you. Good luck.
Leave it to me.
Is this our womanizer? I don't know if he's like full womanizer though.
No, I think he likes looking at the pretty girls. It doesn't mean he treats them badly.
In the lore, Ryoma's the womanizer with his sisters.
Blech.
Hinata's too much of a himbo to be a womanizer. Yeah, I feel like he's just more a himbo. He reads like Goku.
Goku? He does.
Hinata next star of Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? He's not. Corny can haggle, but only when it involves rare Barbie merchandise and Disney collectibles. Oh, you know Corny is an avid Barbie collector. At least we have one good child in this squad. Yeah, I mean, I like Mozu. As far as the child characters go, they're often really similar and kind of boring. Like, they get good growths, stat-wise and stuff, but, like, they're often kind of boring. But I don't know, I like Mozu. He's more putty in their hand. Yeah, he's more just like, he's kind of flirty, but again, he's not really, or at least we haven't seen him be actually dating any of them or like real pushy or anything. I would hope a growing child would grow. I just mean that they tend to have like experience boosts, stuff like that. Donald was a good boy, but an idiot. Umbreons do not allow Latius to hear you say that. You might summon him by
You might summon him.
You miss Donald.
Oh, sorry. That's enough for now, Mozu. You've earned a short break.
I can't believe the rest of you folks train this hard every single day.
You've nearly got the hang of it, Mozu. If anything, you're acclimating to the routine faster than I expected.
I guess it can't be that bad if you say so, Lord Ryoma. This poor kid is like tending the fields by herself, is now on this strict training regimen, is cooking meals for people.
You'll feel the improvements start to show in no time, I expect.
This still kind of feels like a dream. Some no-name farm girl like me getting personal attention from the prince. To be fair, all of his sisters are getting personal attention.
Ugh. That matters less than you think.
Huh?
It doesn't matter if you're a villager or a nobleman, so long as you want peace. If you want it strongly enough, you could grow to be more powerful than myself.
What in the book talk is happening?
That's a good one.
True. I don't think that's...
Mozu's gonna become a one-man army.
Why is this girl with a dead mom the most responsible person in the army?
She's the one that's been through the most shit.
I mean, I think a lot of them have been through some shit. She's just
the only one with the intelligence to actually be affected by it.
I think Gaboro is affected. But then her coping mechanism is to make a face. And then everyone gets scared. And that's actually a storyline. Someone wrote that.
That's a storyline.
It is. I don't think that's gonna happen, but you know what? I feel like it could. I gotta hand it to you, Lord Ryoma. You're pretty persuasive when you want to be.
Haha, am I? Thank you.
I've got a long way to go, so will you keep training me?
Yes, of course. Whenever you want.
Thanks a bunch. Thanks a bunch. Is that the one?
She's gonna grow up to be a shopkeeper.
Some of these really don't translate well into an S support, though. Come back soon. Abora's coping mechanism is to hate Norians. Yeah, pretty much. Good night, Wildcat. You're falling asleep in your chair. Tell your friends.
Night, Wildcat.
That one's my favorite.
Tell
the
your
plague
friends.
doctor. The plague doctor guy.
Tell your friends.
Tell your friends. He's my favorite. Thank you both for a wonderful stream. Thank you for hanging. Oh, Saizo the Filth. Yes. Best
see you
boy. Best boy.
How many more of these do we have, or do you want to get through here?
We can probably just do a couple more and then call it for tonight.
Okay. Oh, he's talking first. More Setsuna. No more excuses, Setsuna. No more delays. I will mold you into a loyal retainer if it takes every ounce of my energy. Since I know better now than to assume anything from you, let's go over the basics.
Oh, look at this cute little birdie. Poor thing. I should feed it.
Setsuna, can't you stay focused through the first thing I say to you?
Oh. Sorry.
Tell me about your everyday duties. Do you ensure that Lady Hinoka is asleep before you retire for the night?
So do you think he tucks in Ryoma?
No, he makes Kaze do that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Although Kaze just quit Ryoma and was hired as a third retainer by Corny.
I think he probably makes sure everyone in the army is tucked in bed. No. I usually go to bed first. See, a lot of the time, Lady Hinoka says, If you don't go to sleep first, it's hard for me to relax and fall asleep myself. So that's why.
Is this true? I'll give you a pass on that one then. Well, if you retire earlier, do you at least wake up before her? Absolutely not.
No, I get up later. I like to sleep until Lady Hinoka comes to wake me up.
But this is preposterous. Anyone would think you were the master and she the servant.
She lays out my clothes every morning by my bed, too. That's the kind of nice gal Lady Hinoka is.
His brain's gonna explode. Yep. You monster! That's the kind of service you should be performing for Lady Hinoka. I hope you're considerate enough to fetch her breakfast in the morning, then.
I can't remember ever doing that. I usually go practice archery as soon as I'm awake and dressed.
Ugh. Let's put the everyday duties aside for now. What do you do on outings? Do you keep a sharp eye on Lady Hinoka's feet? What?
No, we don't have that kind of relationship.
To see whether there's anything dangerous in her path, for example.
Everyone's too busy looking at Corny's feet. Anything dangerous?
Deep puddles, enemy traps. You would be good at that. Whatever form the hazard takes.
Well, actually, whenever I walk in front of Lady Hinoka, she tells me to follow from a safe distance.
Unbelievable. Just beyond belief. I'm helpless before your incompetence.
Are you asking me out?
What? I thought I would spend the day whipping you into shape, but I'm now feeling like a whipped dog myself.
If you're into that, I can go get the whip.
Stop it! Stop it right now!
You can do it, Saizo.
Oh no, you're the last person I want encouragement from. It's because of you that I'm at my wit's end in the first place. Ugh. I must pull myself together and focus on the task at hand. Delivering this mail.
Okay, I'll feed this poor birdie while I wait.
Ugh!
Oh my god. Poor Saizo. I love Setsuna, me too. Do you sweep little rocks out of her way for her? Do you put up posters of her? You think the puppet is tucking in Ryoma? I could see that. Fates was your first Fire Emblem game, so you married characters with the same classes? Oh. Anyone with any game sense would have an aneurysm watching me back then. That must have been some interesting pairings. Good night, Wildcat. She can't keep getting away with this. Oh, Saizo. He is not going to be able to change Setsuna. Setsuna, it is time we began your training as a battlefield messenger. That's all we ninjas do, apparently. Alright. How do we begin? The biggest complaint about you has been your inability to memorize a message. We'll start by having you hear and repeat back some simple messages. Okay. For example, Lady Corny has breached the enemy line. Send reinforcements immediately. Now repeat the message. Lady Corny has bleached the enemy sign. Send endorsements immediately. I think. Huh? How? That's not right at all. Why would Lady Corny be bleaching enemy signs? To be fair, that might be something she would do.
I think it's something she'd do.
And what is the purpose of endorsing anything in the midst of battle? Oh. I guess if I think about it, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe we should start with something easier. Lady Corny sent a Pegasus to Lady Hinoka. Your turn. Lady Corny rents a narcissist to Lady Hinoka. I wonder
Why do they have to
what
rent one? We have like 6.
Yeah, so she sent Azama? Like, I wonder what she charges. That doesn't even make sense. Kagero and Saizo are both just furious. What? Did I mess it up again? I'm sorry. This is going to be more difficult than I thought. It's really hard to remember that sort of stuff. It feels like you have no interest in memorizing messages. That's not true. In any case, you definitely lack the basic memory skills needed to be a messenger. However, it's too early to give up. Yeah, you can do it, Kagero. You're the one that needs motivating, not me. Thanks, Rebel. So Kagero and Saizo will get back together because of Setsuna. They both just start complaining about her, and then they're like, you're kind of hot with that dumpy ass. Setsuna is supportive. She's everyone's cheerleader. I can't seem to figure it out.
You're looking unusually focused, Setsuna. Something wrong?
I'm still pondering how you so easily avoided all those traps. You talked about having sharper senses, but what is that like, really? You able to actually sense the presence of the traps?
It's tough to explain, really. I just get a sort of nagging feeling, and it stays with me until I spot the trap. Don't humans get feeling like that?
No. Or at least, I know I don't.
Really? I thought it was something that happened to everyone.
Oh, look over there. Those berries look absolutely delicious.
What? Hang on, Setsuna. Can't you see the big hole in front of the berries? And in any case, those berries smell really off.
Off? They look really tasty, though.
How best to explain this? They smell like someone's hand. Like they were being held recently. And if you look at the color, you can see where the shade changes abruptly. That's a sure sign they've been laced with some kind of poison.
Oh, wow. You can even see that they've been poisoned? That's really neat. Can you teach me?
I can teach you the basics, but you'd never be as good as the kitsune.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh well.
You'll be fine with me around anyway. Let's get back to focusing on the hunt.
You're right. If I can't imitate you, then it's no use worrying about it.
That's right, Setsuna. And more importantly, I can sense animals ahead. Follow me or they'll get away.
Okay. Hello, Setsuna. Hello, Lord Ryoma. That's his response.
Oh, it's only you, Setsuna. You always seem to appear out of nowhere.
I apologize.
No need to apologize. It's my fault for not paying as much attention as I should be. Now then, is there something you needed to speak with me about?
Yes, my lord, about the other day. You said that you thought I'd be good as a spy, given how I snuck up on you. But what you're mistaking for sneakiness was really just me daydreaming. I suppose since I'm not paying attention, I just become a little unnoticeable.
Ah, that does make sense.
I wanted to tell you that the other day, but you said such nice things about me. Well, I completely forgot about correcting you. Instead, I felt really good and just wanted to run away and enjoy it.
Oh, I see now. I thought I had said something that had insulted you. I'm glad that wasn't the case.
I apologize for the confusion.
No, don't worry about it. I'm sorry that I didn't realize things sooner. However, I would like it if you didn't focus so much on having any negative traits you have. What? That's not the right line. Whatever. Well, it's gone. You should instead... Yep.
It's getting late. Sorry, what was that? It sounded like you farted. Is that what you did, Ryoma?
You would never hear that through all this armor.
What if it made a ding noise?
Hollow metal sound.
We broke Ryoma.
You should instead celebrate the positive aspects of yourself.
Dudes. No, it's not Callum. Callum can't be here.
Wait, first we Ryoma shat a brick, and then he keeps getting distracted by the idea of his sisters.
I hope that
What did you say? I'm sorry, I was thinking about Hinoka.
I hope that him thinking about his hot sisters isn't what caused him to shit a brick.
He just goes into a random trance. He just gets so enthralled in it's like these fantasies. He just stands there and shits himself.
Wow. He'll never tell. Oh my god, can you tell it's getting late? It is getting too late. Great. I don't understand, my lord.
No, you don't.
I think Ryoma's the character we ruined the most.
Yeah.
He's like the most normal of the people in this.
This great, this great, steadfast, noble leader. We've just made him not only a snake oil salesman, but also a degenerate pervert.
You know, I feel like Nora's really benefiting from this. They're spreading all of these true stories about Ryoma.
Yeah, they're true.
Suddenly
Oh,
corny isn't all that bad.
With just this nice happy music in the background.
Ryoma's happy fantasizing music.
Take your daydreaming. Even though it was not intentional, it still concealed you well. Sir, I think your daydreaming was the thing that was deeper. With a little work and training, I'm sure you could turn that into a valuable skill.
I suppose.
Of course. This is just my opinion. You can address your strengths and weaknesses however you like.
You do make a good point, Lord Ryoma. I will keep your advice in mind. You won't.
Excellent.
Good night, Lisa.
Night, Lisa.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we have a few more for tomorrow. We're going to do the next chapter tomorrow. See where that takes us. But man, a lot of things have happened. Compared to Awakening, we've murdered so many characters. Some of them came to us that way, to be fair. But then, yeah, some of them we do need to take the credit for just completely destroying. And if you are a stan of Ryoma, I'm sorry.
Ryoma stands, beware.
Destroying or improving? Good question, DJM.
When you can't tell the difference, we know we're doing our jobs.
That's right. Exactly.
When you never know from scene to scene whether we've made things worse or much, much better.
I like to keep you guessing.
That's how we want you all to go away from this. Completely baffled. Completely.
Oh, wow. I just went to the main page and we got a little echo there of you. You're welcome. We're gonna raid
That's not good.
we're gonna raid Kuri.